On October 23rd, 2022, deputies Young County Sheriff's Office responded to a disturbing call near Wiley Road in Tallahassee, Florida. It was there they discovered the body of a woman, later identified as Tanya Williams Griner, or Tonya Griffin, inside a plastic storage container discarded in the woods. Tanya was just 37 years old when she was killed. Born in Valdosta, Georgia on December 17, 1984, she was known for her love of the outdoors, hunting, fishing, racing go-karts, and bowling. She attended Calvary Baptist Church and cherished time with her daughters and her extended family. Her life was cut tragically short. The autopsy confirmed signs of strangulation. Early on, investigators turned their attention to Devhon Young, a man already under GPS monitoring for prior charges in Leon County. GPS data showed Young traveling from the Casa Bella Inn Suites to the area where Tanya's body was later found. Surveillance footage caught him driving her car alone to a nearby gas station. When questioned by detectives, Young admitted that Tanya had come to his hotel room from Georgia. After a confrontation, which she claims began during a robbery attempt, he strangled her with his bare hands, continuing even after the other man had fled. He then placed her body in the hotel bathtub, left to retrieve a storage bin, returned and loaded her remains inside before dumping the container on a dirt road. With Young's confession, GPS tracking, and surveillance footage, detectives were able to charge him with first-degree murder. But when the time came for trial, Young refused to appear in court. He claimed his right to a speedy trial had been violated and that his counsel was ineffective. He argued the charges should be dismissed. We have previously published the video of Young's interrogation. This video covers the trial of Devhon Young for the murder of Tanya Williams Griner, which proceeded without the defendant present. The trial took place in April of 2023. The lead prosecutor was Adrian Mood, and David Collins was the defense attorney. Day one of the trial featured testimony from Johnny Wilson, Deputy Michael Henderson, Deputy Chris Smith, Felicia Bowen, Deputy Max Fraser, Detective Joshua Turner, Detective Bradley Riley, Detective Blake Howard, and Tristan Peterman of FDLE.
You can have a seat. Sorry. Digital is on Zoom. Mr. Mood is on. So I've been told that Mr. Young has refused to come again. We're going to try and get him in the Zoom booth. This is State v. Young, case number 22CF3209. And let's take some testimony from Deputy Kaus just to confirm that he did not want to come this morning. That's fine if you want to go to that microphone. All right, Deputy Kaus, please raise your right hand. Do you swear affirm the testimony you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? So did you speak with Mr. Young this morning?
I did, and to make things easier for the court, it's all recorded on body cam. We play it back. I just don't want to remember this.
If you want, you can probably just put that microphone next to the computer.
Testify first, or just
Yeah, let's do the testimony first, and then we'll. So you went out to the jail and you spoke with Mr. Young this morning.
I did.
And did you tell him that today was the start of his trial?
I did. I explained to him that on Monday they picked his jury, and that today's the first day of trial. He mentioned to me, well, they already started the process, and I go, well, technically this is the first day of the trial. They just picked your jury in your absence. And again, I asked him numerous times, to be sure he didn't want to come. And he said, no. I also explained to him, I go, if you don't show up to trial, you're also going to waive your right to testify in your own defense if you choose to do that. And he understood. He still refused.
Mr. Mood, do you have any questions?
I don't, Your Honor.
Mr. Collins, do you have any questions?
No, sir.
All right. And you said you recorded this interaction on your body camera footage? Any objection to him playing the
No, sir.
body cam interaction? All right, let's go ahead and play that for the record.
Young, what's going on, man? See, man, the cat called my phone yesterday. It's about 2:30 p.m. between 2:30 and 3 p.m. They called us from Union saying that the facility emailed them. They said they're gonna be calling them sometime today. Talk to Joey on the Zoom call. They said they have to report. Okay, all right. You know you refused to go Monday for the jury selection. You know they picked the jury whatever. Okay. You know that. Yes. I did want it, but well, Monday, when I asked you to go to court, you refused to go. And I told you you had the trial without it. And that was the jury selection. They picked your jury selection. Okay, today is the first day of your trial. Okay? You want to go in person and address with the judge personally? You know? No, sir. Well, my understanding is that this character teammate told me, he said, I won't have to go to the court. They say, the judge, they're going to say, they're going to call out. I can tell you, your trial starts today. You should be there. If you refuse to go, then I don't know what the judge, I'm just here to take you to court. And if you want to go there in person and tell them I don't want to be here, then, you know, address whatever your issues in person. They stop that, they continue that. You realize they're not the trial now. You know, you're going to waive the right for you to testify in your own defense too if you're not there. Well, they picked a jury on Monday. Today is the first day of trial. Yeah, well, they picked the jury. They started the process. They might want to go. But the trial hasn't started yet. It starts this morning. Sure you don't want to go. Or at least go in person and address the judge. I ain't got nothing against doing that. I just have to tell them, yes, you know what I mean? That's why I'm in here. I want to make sure you know what you're doing and what's going on. You know. Okay. I appreciate you. All right.
All right. Thank you, Deputy Chaos. Any questions based on what was heard?
No, sir.
No, Your Honor.
All right. And I understand that Mr. Young, we're going to try and bring him to a Zoom booth.
I didn't know anything about that.
He's refused to come. Okay.
Your Honor, we may have a brief recess. I believe Investigator Newland's on the phone with the jail. Mr. Young is refusing to come to the Zoom booth even, but I was going to inquire if it's possible to forcibly take him to the Zoom booth so we can inquire of him, make sure he's aware of everything, all the rights he's giving up by not being present here today.
All right. Let's take a 5-minute recess.
Yes, sir. Judge, if I think I have the answer. What I'm being informed is that the jail will do it if you order them to do it. So I defer to Your Honor.
I mean, I think the fact that we would have to forcibly bring him to a Zoom booth shows that he is voluntarily absencing himself from the trial process. And I don't want to put the jail in a situation where they're going to possibly get injured or injure Mr. Young or him pick up additional charges for not. I mean, I think it's pretty obvious that he doesn't want to come.
Yes, sir.
So I think we can just move forward.
Yes, sir.
Are there any other matters that need to be addressed?
Yes, Your Honor. It's a oral motion in limine. It's very basic. two things. One, Mr. Young was picked up on warrants at the time of his arrest from other cases. I don't know the probative value of those, and the prejudice is obvious. And then the second thing is a little more tricky. He committed this crime allegedly while he was on GPS monitoring, which allowed the government to have a track that will be verified by Sergeant Corbett of where he was, and it documents he's at the Casa Bella Hotel all the way to where the body was dumped. And on the way, he is seen stopping at a Pan service station by surveillance cameras at the Pan station, in which he's driving the victim's car. Now, obviously, that's all probative evidence that I would anticipate that the state would like to put on in their case in chief to help prove this matter. But the fact that he was on GPS indicates to most people that he was on GPS as a result of either bail from prior crimes that he's charged with, or as a result of a sentence. When you weigh it under 403, I would suggest that I believe they have a right to get that evidence in, but the prejudice of it, I don't know how we phrase it so that the jury's not aware the GPS is indicative of crimes he's not charged with. An instruction from the court might suffice. It may not, but for the record, I would just move to keep that evidence out, because I'm certain that my performance in this matter is going to be under review at a later time. And that's all I have, Your Honor, in ways of motion and limine.
All right, Mr. Mood.
And Your Honor, Mr. Collins is correct. It's extremely probative that the defendant is on a GPS unit. In fact, that's what kind of kicks off searching for him in particular. On the 25th, Deputy Max Frazier gets behind what he believes to be the victim's vehicle, which he confirms through the temporary tag on the forward edge that belongs to the victim. The defendant ditches the car and flees around 1417 Colorado Street. And it's in that area that law enforcement gets an alert about a GPS tamper and belonging to Mr. Young. And by tracking that GPS, they're able to corroborate, this GPS went to both the 1417 Colorado address and to 12558 Wiley Road, where the body was located on October 23rd. It basically gives them a person to search for. They're able to track it to a variety of convenience stores where they can find the defendant on camera driving the victim's vehicle. So it's extremely probative because it proves ID. The state has no intention of bringing up anything about why he's wearing the ankle monitor. We intend to put the ankle monitor, the GPS unit, into evidence along with the records associated with it, because it also goes to consciousness of guilt that the defendant cut it off. And by his own admission, he cuts it off. He throws it in a deep freezer near 1417 Colorado Street, and it's later recovered by Detective Josh Turner with the Leon County Sheriff's Office. So it's extremely probative. The state has no intention to bring up why he's wearing it, but it's probative that he is wearing it because it's evidence that he committed this offense. If the court wishes to issue a curative instruction, we have no opposition to that. But we don't intend to argue why he's wearing it or make any issue of he's wearing it, other than the fact he is wearing it, and it did provide evidence that proves he committed this crime.
Okay. Any additional argument, Mr. Collins?
No, sir.
And the state is in agreement that they don't need to mention that he was arrested initially on warrants?
No, Your Honor. We have no intention of bringing up anything about any other pending cases, pending charges, warrants, anything of the like.
All right, so I'll grant the motion in limine as to any mention of the warrants that he was picked up on. I'm going to deny the motion with respect to the GPS monitor. I do think the probative value far outweighs any prejudicial effect. But I would just caution the state to not mention exactly why he's on. And if you want a curative instruction, Mr. Collins, I can do that if you guys can agree to something.
Yes, sir.
Would you want it at the time of the testimony or just during the jury instructions at the end?
Your Honor, I would ask for it at the time of the testimony, and it can basically be of the nature of like a Williams rule type of language, in that you should not be concerned about the purpose or reason why the defendant was wearing a GPS tracking monitor. That's not an issue in this case, or I can write something up for y'all, Judge.
Yeah, if you want to write something up, show it to Mr. Mood, see if you agree. If not, we can come up with some language. And that would be, when do you intend to talk about that the first time? With which witness?
With Detective Josh Turner, but I intend to obviously talk about it in opening statement that I anticipate this evidence is going to come out because it explains how we came to be, I guess, how the case broke, really.
Okay.
And Your Honor, given the court's ruling, I have no objection to Mr. Mood mentioning it in the opening, but before that testimony comes on, he'll let me know for sure, and I'll already have something written up. It's basically sort of like William, it's not to be used to consider what he was on for.
Okay, that sounds good. All right. Anything else from the state?
No, Your Honor.
Defense? Is the state ready to proceed?
Yes, Your Honor.
Defense ready to proceed?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right. I believe all the jurors are here. So if everyone's ready, we can go ahead and bring them in, and I guess the clerk is with them, right? Yes. Okay. All right. Yeah, I think we're ready. No, thank you.
And Your Honor, I'm sure the court's already aware, but the jury hasn't been sworn yet.
Yes, thank you. Don't be shy about reminding me things that I might forget.
We're all human.
Oh, I have one other thing. Do you all want me to allow jury questions? I normally do not.
Defer to the court.
I defer to the court.
All right, I'm not going to allow it. Thank you.
Taking a comfortable break. If we didn't do that before.
You know, may I step out and get a quick drink of water?
Yes.
That's true. While we're waiting for the jury, I just was looking at the case file and noticed that the defendant has filed a petition for writ of habeas corpus yesterday. Pro se. So it's mentioning the same issues that he has mentioned every other motion that he has filed with seeking to discharge counsel. We've already held a Nelson hearing and I've denied his request. So I will be striking this pro se filing.
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir. And Your Honor, because I'm not certain at this stage what I can reveal, generally when an attorney is attacked, it waives attorney-client privilege. I'm not comfortable with that right now, so I cannot produce the evidence that I could assure the court and the state that I've done what I'm supposed to do, and even at his request. But I won't go any further into that. But
As you said, I'm sure there will be hearings subsequent to this trial if necessary.
yes, sir.
You'll have a chance at that time.
Yes.
All right, you're in for the courtroom.
But you may be seated. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome back.
So we are here for the start of the trial this morning. Before we start, I do need to have you sworn in. I promised that there would be one more swearing in, and I'm not going to break my promise. So please stand, raise your right hand, and let the clerk swear you in.
Do you solemnly swear or affirm that you will well and truly try the issues between the state of Florida and the defendant and render a true verdict according to the law and evidence? If so, say I will.
Thank you. You can have a seat. All right, ladies and gentlemen of the jury, you have been selected and sworn as the jury to try the case of the state of Florida versus Devhon Young. This is a criminal case. Mr. Young is charged with first-degree murder. The definition of first-degree murder will be explained to you later. The state's charging document, which is called an information or an indictment, is not evidence and is not to be considered by you as any proof of guilt. It is the judge's responsibility to explain the law to you. It is your solemn responsibility to determine if the state proved its accusations beyond a reasonable doubt against Mr. Young in accordance with the law that I provide to you. Thus, the province of the jury and the province of the court are well defined and they do not overlap. This is one of the fundamental principles of our system of justice. Before proceeding any further, it would be helpful if you understand how a trial is conducted. At the beginning of the trial, the attorneys will have an opportunity, if they wish, to make an opening statement. The opening statement gives the attorneys a chance to tell you what evidence they believe will be presented during the trial. What the lawyers say is not evidence, and you are not to consider it as such. Following the opening statements, witnesses will be called to testify under oath. They will be examined and cross-examined by the attorneys. Documents and other exhibits also may be produced as evidence. After the evidence has been presented, the court will give you instructions on the law. The attorneys will then have an opportunity to make their closing arguments. Following the closing arguments by the attorneys, the court will conclude with the final instructions. After the final instructions are given, the alternate juror will be released and you will then retire to consider your verdict. You should not form any definite or fixed opinion on the merits of the case until you have heard all of the evidence, the argument of the lawyers, and the instructions on the law by the judge. Until that time, you should not discuss the case among yourselves. Your verdict must be based solely on the evidence or lack of evidence and the law. I now instruct you not to communicate with anyone, including your fellow jurors, about this case. No communication includes no emailing, text messaging, tweeting, blogging, or any other form of communication. You cannot do any research about the case or look up any information about the case. If you become aware of any violation of any of these rules at all, notify court personnel of the violation. During the course of the trial, the court may take recesses and you will be permitted to separate and go about your personal affairs. During these recesses, you must not discuss the case with anyone nor permit anyone to say anything to you or in your presence about the case. If anyone attempts to say anything to you or in your presence about this case, tell him or her that you are on the jury trying the case and ask that person to stop. If he or she persists, leave that person at once and immediately report the matter to the bailiff, who will advise me. All cell phones, computers, tablets, or other personal electronic devices must be turned off while you are in the courtroom. Turned off means that the phone or other electronic device is actually off and is not in a silent or vibrating mode. You may use these devices during recesses, but even then you may not use your cell phone or electronic device to find out any information about the case or to communicate with anyone about the case or the people involved in the case. Do not take photographs, video recordings, or audio recordings of the proceedings or of your fellow jurors. After each recess, please double check to make sure that your cell phone or electronic device is turned off. At the end of the case, while you are deliberating, you must not communicate with anyone outside of the jury room. You cannot have in the jury room any cell phones, computers, or other electronic devices. If someone needs to contact you in case of an emergency, the court can receive messages and deliver them to you without delay. A contact number will be provided to you. The case must be tried by you only on the evidence presented during the trial and in your presence and in the presence of the defendant, the attorneys, and the judge. Jurors must not conduct any investigation on their own. This includes reading newspapers, watching television, or using a computer, cell phone, the internet, or any electronic device, or any other means at all to get information related to this case or the people and places involved in this case. This applies whether you are in the courthouse, at home, or anywhere else. You must not visit places mentioned in the trial or use the internet to look at maps or pictures or to see any place discussed during the trial. Jurors must not have discussions of any sort with friends or family members about the case or the people involved. So do not let even your closest family members make comments to you or ask questions about the trial. In this age of electronic communication, I want to stress again that just as you must not talk about this case face to face, you must not talk about this case by using an electronic device. You must not use phones, computers, or other electronic devices to communicate. Do not send or accept any messages related to this case or any jury service. Do not discuss this case or ask for advice by any means at all, including posting information on an internet website, chat room, or blog. What are the reasons for these rules? These rules are imposed because jurors must decide the case without distraction and only on the evidence presented in the courtroom. If you investigate, research, or make inquiries on your own, the trial judge has no way to make sure that the information you obtain is proper for the case. The parties likewise have no opportunity to dispute or challenge the accuracy of what you find. This is contrary to our judicial system, which assures every party the right to ask questions about and challenge the evidence being considered against it and to present argument with respect to that evidence. Any independent investigation by a juror unfairly and improperly prevents the parties from having that opportunity our judicial system promises. Any juror who violates these restrictions jeopardizes the fairness of these proceedings, and a mistrial could result that would require the entire trial process to start over. A mistrial is a tremendous expense and inconvenience to the parties, the court, and the taxpayers. If you violate these rules, you may be held in contempt of court and face sanctions such as serving time in jail, paying a fine, or both. In every criminal proceeding, a defendant has the absolute right to remain silent. At no time is it the duty of the defendant to prove his innocence. From the exercise of a defendant's right to remain silent, a jury is not permitted to draw any inference of guilt, and the fact that a defendant did not take the witness stand must not influence your verdict in any manner whatsoever. The attorneys are trained in the rules of evidence and trial procedure, and it is their duty to make all objections they feel are proper. When an objection is made, you should not speculate on the reason why it is made. Likewise, when an objection is sustained or upheld by me, you must not speculate on what might have occurred had the objection not been sustained, nor what a witness might have said had he or she been permitted to answer. During the trial, it may be necessary to confer with the attorneys out of your hearing to discuss matters that require consideration by me alone. It is impossible to predict when such a conference may be required or how long it will last. When such conferences occur, they will be conducted so as to consume as little of your time as necessary for a fair and orderly trial of this case. If you would like to take notes during the trial, you may do so. On the other hand, of course, you are not required to take notes if you do not want to. That will be left up to you individually. You have been provided with a notepad and a pen for your use if you wish to take notes. Any notes that you take will be your own personal notes. However, you should not take them with you from the courtroom. During recesses, the bailiff will take possession of your notes and will return them to you when we reconvene. After you have completed your deliberations, the bailiff will deliver your notes to me. They will be destroyed. No one will ever read your notes. If you take notes, do not get so involved in note-taking that you become distracted from the proceedings. Your notes should be used only as an aid to your memory. Whether or not you take notes, you should rely on your memory of the evidence, and you should not be unduly influenced by the notes of other jurors. Notes are not entitled to any greater weight than each juror's memory of the evidence. State, do you wish to make an opening statement?
Yes, Your Honor.
You may proceed.
May it please the court, counsel. Ladies and gentlemen of the jury, good morning. I'm going to start like I did on Monday, and thank you for your time and attention that you're going to give to this matter. Like I said also on Monday, without you, there could be no justice, so thank you. Again, my name is Adrian Mood. Assisting me during this trial is Ms. Kim Thompson. We're here today regarding the events of October 22nd, 2022 through October 28th of 2022. You're going to hear about what the defendant, Devhon Young Sr., did to the victim in this case, Ms. Tanya Griner. Now, this case involves a victim who had chosen a line of work we may not all agree with. You're going to hear that she was a sex worker. You're going to hear that the defendant and Ms. Griner, the victim, met over an app called Skip the Games. This is an app that you'll hear from Detective Blake Howard, the lead investigator in this case. People use to arrange to have sex for money. You're going to hear that, in fact, Ms. Griner and the defendant did arrange to meet here in Tallahassee on the night of the 22nd, going into the early morning hours of the 23rd of October of last year to do just that. That there was an agreement for approximately $700 to $1,000 in exchange for 2 hours of sex. The evidence is going to show, and what you're going to see and hear, is that Ms. Griner is from Valdosta, Georgia, that she traveled down to meet the defendant, and that she did in fact meet him, and that she met him at the Casa Bella Inn Suites. It's located at 2858 Appalachian Parkway. I believe it's right next to an IHOP. It used to be a Baymont Inn Suites. I believe the evidence will show. You'll hear that Ms. Griner stopped before she came over to the Casa Bella Inn Suites, and you actually see the surveillance footage of her going into the Circle K, that she picked up some items beforehand at the defendant's request. And you'll see what will be important later is that she's traveling alone. You'll see her silver Ford Edge, which will also be important in this case. In the video, you'll see her reach into the passenger side vehicle of her vehicle. You'll see her in the Circle K across the street from the Casa Bella. And then you'll see some surveillance footage from the Casa Bella showing her going up the stairs into his room. You won't see her actually enter the room. You'll just see it's a motion activated camera. You'll see her going up the stairs with different items. You'll see her go down the stairs with different items. But you'll see that she does stay. You can tell from the timestamp on the Casa Bella surveillance footage that she stays for approximately 2 hours. You'll hear evidence and testimony that they did in fact have sex. You'll hear from the defendant's own mouth, from the interview he conducted with law enforcement, that they did have sex. That'll be confirmed from the sexual assault kit. Not that we have any evidence that there was a sexual assault done, but it's a sexual assault kit where they take swabs of the vagina and cervix, all that, and that the defendant's DNA is all over that. So that confirmed that sex took place, that there was intercourse. So you're going to hear that sex took place in that room. I believe the room number is 335. Yeah, 335 of the Casa Bella Inn Suites. But things did not stop there. What Ms. Griner had signed up for, what they had used Skip the Games for, didn't stop there. What you're going to see and hear, and the defendant admits to law enforcement, is that while Ms. Griner was there, he strangled her to death with his bare hands. You're going to hear, and it's going to be important, I'll bring this up as we talk about what the state has to prove and when we talk about premeditation. What you're going to hear from Dr. Clark is that it's not like the movies where you strangle someone, they pass out, they're instantly dead. What Dr. Clark is going to tell you is that, yes, the person passes out. But in order to kill someone by manually strangling them, you have to keep going after they're passed out. And that this process takes anywhere from 2 to 3 minutes of denying them oxygen, strangling them. That's important because when we talk about premeditation, when we talk about the intent to kill, that 2 to 3 minutes matters. The person will be struggling, eventually pass out, and still the decision to continue strangling her. Our story doesn't stop there. You're going to hear from the defendant's own mouth in that interview with law enforcement. He decides, well, now I've committed a murder, got to cover it up. He goes to what he calls a trap house, a nearby house, and retrieves a plastic bin, his clothes. Brings the bin back to his room. Keeping in mind, never once does he call 911, does he call for help, medical assistance, nothing like that. You're not going to hear any evidence of that. In fact, you'll hear the defendant admit he probably should have called for help, but didn't. But instead he goes to get this plastic bin. He loads Miss Griner into the plastic bin, covers her up with clothes because, you know, can't have people seeing you walk around with a human body in a plastic bin, so you got to cover it up. And then to add insult to injury, he steals her car, puts her in it, in the plastic bin, drives out to rural northeast Tallahassee, down a dirt road, Wiley Road, goes down some grassy area and dumps her like a piece of garbage and leaves her there. That happens on the early morning hours of October 23rd, roughly around 8 o'clock in the morning. And the reason we know that is because the defendant is wearing a GPS monitor, and that'll be important later. That GPS monitor puts him at the Wiley Road address about 8:08 in the morning of the 23rd. Our story doesn't stop there. Now, the defendant, having dumped Ms. Griner like a piece of garbage in a plastic bin on the side of a dirt road, takes a little joyride to Panama City. Go back to where he's from for a little bit. Law enforcement becomes aware of this missing woman from Valdosta. Ms. Griner is missing. They also become aware that her vehicle, this silver Ford Edge, is missing. And they become aware that it has a temporary, I believe, New Jersey tag license plate, paper tag. So they put out a be on the lookout for this temporary tag. On the 25th of October, you're going to hear from Deputy Max Frazier. He's going to tell you, while he's driving, he's been made aware to be on the lookout for this vehicle. It could be the victim's. He sees silver Ford Edge, turns around, gets behind it, sees it has a temporary tag, and begins to try to pull it over. You're going to hear that the car parks at 1417 Colorado Street. That the driver takes off, isn't located with the vehicle. There's a passenger that is located, and law enforcement speaks with them, but that the driver can't be located. And this is where the GPS unit becomes important, because you'll hear from law enforcement, Detective Josh Turner and Detective Riley, that they get a tamper alert for a GPS unit. That something in this area of 1417 Colorado Street, around this time, the silver Ford Edge is being ditched. Tamper alert, indicating somebody's messing with their GPS unit. It may have been cut off. Comes back. This GPS unit belongs to the defendant. In fact, you're going to hear from the defendant himself in that interview. He cut off his GPS monitor, that he threw it in a deep freezer nearby and fled. You're going to hear that when they pull the GPS records, everything's confirmed. His time at the Casa Bella Inn Suites, consistent with Ms. Griner being there. You'll see with Detective Riley, that GPS unit traveling to northeast Tallahassee to Wiley Road, where the body is dumped on the 23rd in the early morning hours around 8:08 a.m. All that will be confirmed. You're going to hear that law enforcement is able to confirm he's using her vehicle by tracing his GPS unit to various convenience stores he admits to going. And the defendant admits he took a car. He admits that freely. Now, during that interview, you're going to hear the defendant tell you what the state contends is a fantastical story of self-defense, one that just doesn't match the evidence. You're going to hear in that interview, and we're going to play it, all of it, so you can hear the whole story he has to tell, that he claims that Ms. Griner and her boyfriend, Anthony McCutcheon, were attempting to rob him. Now, the story isn't going to make a whole lot of sense, and we'll, as the trial progresses and in closing, we'll break down why it doesn't make a lot of sense. But as you hear the evidence and testimony, we want you to consider what he's going to say. He's going to say that somehow, even though he only had one room key, Ms. Griner somehow got that room key from him and got it to her boyfriend, Mr. McCutcheon. That somehow she got this room key, and you're going to see photos of the room key and of the door. This is one of those tap style hotel doors where you have to tap it to open the door. There's only one key. But what he'd have you believe, and wanted law enforcement to believe, was that somehow she got this card from him while being in the room with him and got it to her boyfriend, and that her boyfriend shows up at some point, opens the door, and they both attack him. Her with a knife, him with his hands. And that he somehow, James Bond style, Jason Bourne style, manages to disarm her, stab Mr. McCutcheon, and then simultaneously, while fighting Mr. McCutcheon, is strangling Ms. Griner. And that he just doesn't realize he's killed her in the time that Mr. McCutcheon runs off while he's fending off them both. That's his story. That's his self-defense claim. And you're going to hear it. Problem is, if Mr. McCutcheon had the hotel key, you're going to hear that hotel key was found in the Ford that he's driving. So how could Mr. McCutcheon possibly have the room key? Something to keep in mind. Also something to keep in mind is you're going to find out that law enforcement, they didn't just take their confession and pack up and go home. They went into Valdosta and met with Mr. McCutcheon. They pulled his cell phone records from around this time. Problem for the defendant, Mr. McCutcheon's cell phone puts him in Valdosta the entire time this case is going on. His phone did not come to Tallahassee. Little problem there with the defendant's self-defense claim. Also, in weighing any potential self-defense claim, you can consider the defendant's actions. Dumping a body in rural Tallahassee like a piece of garbage. Cutting off the GPS monitor when law enforcement's coming to pursue the vehicle that he's stolen from the person he's murdered. You can consider all of that. How the defendant acted. You can look at his body language in the interview. The fact that he's laughing, making jokes, talking about how great the deceased Ms. Griner was in bed. You're going to hear all of that. A woman he's killed. He's talking about how great she was, how she had brought a pole to dance on, and how awesome that was. He's saying all this about a woman he's killed when speaking to law enforcement after he's been on the run. As you hear the evidence and testimony, you're weighing any potential self-defense claim. We ask you to consider that. In addition to the fact that the self-defense claim doesn't match any evidence found in this case. Because you're going to hear from Detective Howard, lead investigator again, that they also, because the defendant said he stabbed Mr. McCutcheon, they asked him to lift his shirt up and show him his torso to look for any stab injuries, stab wounds. They found none. That the defendant wasn't able to explain to them, well, if you stabbed him, where was the blood in the hotel room? There wasn't any. That nothing about what the defendant claims about this alleged self-defense, there's no evidence to support it besides his own word. And frankly, it's contradicted by other evidence. Now, I have to prove 3 things beyond a reasonable doubt to you here today. One, Tanya Griner is dead. You're going to see the autopsy photos. You're going to see her body in the plastic bin dumped off the side of Wiley Road. You're going to hear from, the first witness you're going to hear from is Mr. Johnny Wilson, just a regular citizen who was walking his dog on the night of the 23rd around 7:30 p.m. He's going to tell you about how he encountered the bin and wasn't sure what it was, thought it was somebody just dumping garbage on the side of the road where he lives. And he goes up to the bin and sees a human leg and rightly freaks out. Summons law enforcement. Law enforcement comes. You'll hear from Deputy Michael Henderson, who's the first law enforcement officer on scene. But it's going to be confirmed she's dead. You're going to hear from Dr. Clark about what strangulation does and how long it takes to kill someone. So Tanya Griner, aka Tonya Griffin, is dead. First element. Second, the death was caused by the criminal act of Devhon Young Sr. It's going to be very clear this was criminal. There was no justifiable reason to do this. It wasn't lawful. And three, there was a premeditated killing of Tanya Griner, aka Tonya Griffin. And that's where Dr. Clark is going to be important here, in that it takes time. 2 minutes is not a short amount of time. 2 to 3 minutes is a deliberate act to hold someone's throat and choke them to death. As you consider premeditation, remember what we talked about in jury selection. Remember what I anticipate you'll hear. It's a killing after consciously deciding to do so. The law does not fix an exact period of time that was passed between the formation of the premeditated intent to kill and the killing. 2 to 3 minutes. Choking Ms. Griner. And as you weigh this self-defense claim, this alleged robbery, also keep in mind, why would Ms. Griner need to rob someone when she's already performed the service she's there to perform? If you're going to rob somebody, if you never had an intent to do the act, the sex, wouldn't you rob them beforehand? She's rendered services. Why would she rob someone for the services she's already performed? Pay me what you already owe me. It doesn't make any sense at all, in addition to the fact it doesn't match the evidence. And you're going to get an instruction that you're the finder of fact. You can decide what to believe or not to believe. You decide what's credible. So at the end of this case, we're going to ask that you find the defendant not credible because he's covered up evidence, done everything to prevent his crime from being discovered and from being found, cutting off his own GPS monitor, that he's not credible, that this robbery claim is not credible. At the end of today's case, or tomorrow's case, at the end of this case, he asks that you hold the defendant accountable for what he did to Ms. Griner. He asks that you hold him accountable for murdering her in cold blood with his bare hands and then dumping her like a piece of garbage, like she didn't matter, along the side of the road. The state would contend that all life matters. That if you're a sex worker or a saint, your life matters. Ms. Griner's life mattered. We ask that you hold the defendant accountable and find him guilty as charged of first-degree murder. And we ask you to do that because that's what we believe the evidence and the law will support. Thank you.
Mr. Collins, does the defense wish to make an opening statement?
Your Honor, not at this time. We'll reserve.
Okay. All right, State, you may call your first witness.
State calls Mr. Johnny Wilson, Your Honor.
Yes. Mr. Williams, if you can come right over here, and I'd ask you to remove your hat when you're in the courtroom, please.
If you can please raise your right hand, the clerk is going to swear you in.
Do you solemnly swear or affirm that the testimony you shall give shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do. All right, thank you, sir. Please sit down, pull yourself up close to that microphone, and make sure that you speak clearly. You may inquire.
Good morning, sir. Could you please state and spell your name for the court reporter?
Johnny Wilson, JOHNNY, WILSON.
Mr. Wilson, are you employed?
Yes, 35 years with Triangle Sales.
And do you currently live in Tallahassee?
Yes, I do.
Have you lived in Tallahassee your entire life?
Entire life.
Do you live near Wiley Road?
Yes, I do. 12,500.
And is that in Leon County?
Yes, it is.
I want to bring your attention to October 23rd, 2022. Do you remember that day?
Yes.
Okay. And were you living near Wiley Road then?
Yes, I will.
And on October 23rd, 2022, did you speak with law enforcement?
Yes, I did.
Why?
Because about 7 o'clock, I left my house to walk my dog, which I do every day. And I called my brother, was talking to him on the phone for about 10 minutes, give or take. And within walking less than a quarter of a mile from my house, I clean my road every night. I walk and I pick up paper and stuff. So at that particular time, I was leaving and walking the dog, and I saw a tote upside down. So and then I said to myself, who in the hell done threw this down the road as just cleaned it up the night before? So my dog made a break to go towards it, and I told him to hold on, wait a minute. And I went over towards it, and because it was turned upside down with the bottom facing me, I didn't touch it, just put my foot on it and went to turn it over. And when I did that, lo and behold.
What did you see?
My leg fell out of it.
And what did you do then?
Well, seeing something like that, it's kind of made me, I looked at it and first thing came to my mind was a mannequin, but then as I paid more close attention to it, I began to realize that this was texture, as in skin texture. So I called my sister-in-law just to make sure I wasn't tripping, and she came up and she said, it looked like a leg, but I don't think it is. Let's just leave it and let them find it. I said, no, we can't do this. So she called the police at that particular time, and I waited for the officer to get there.
Okay. Did you actually take law enforcement to the scene?
Ma'am?
Law enforcement responded, right, and you took them to the scene?
Yes, because what I did, I had my dog with me, so I finished walking my dog and I took him home and I left him and waited for them outside my road. And then when he came down with the speed he was coming with, I knew it was him. So I met him and we went back up there together.
Okay. I have 1 moment.
Yes.
May I approach the witness?
Yes, you may. Okay.
I'm showing you in mark case 1B.
Do you recognize that?
That's it.
How do you recognize it?
Because of the token way it was sitting there, and I know the color of it. And that, like I say, that's within quarter of a mile of my house.
No further questions, Chair.
All right, any cross-examination?
No, Your Honor.
All right, Mr. Wilson, does he need to be retained?
He may be released, Your Honor.
Mr. Wilson, you are free to go. Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
We'll see, we now call Deputy Michael Henderson.
All right. Deputy Henderson, if you can just come on up and just take a break before you get to the stand about right there so that you can get sworn in.
Do you solemnly swear or affirm that the testimony you shall give shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
All right, sir. Please sit down, pull yourself up close to that microphone, and speak clearly for us. You may inquire.
Thank you. Good morning. Could you please state and spell your name for the court reporter?
Deputy Michael Henderson, Michahelhenderson.
And Deputy, you're employed?
With the Leon County Sheriff's Office.
How long have you been with the Leon County Sheriff's Office?
Since June of 2008.
Are you assigned to any specific unit?
Me in the uniform patrol.
And what kind of duties does that include?
Patrolling certain areas of the county, responding to calls, proactive enforcement.
And were you working on October 23rd, 2022?
Yes, ma'am.
Were you working in the same capacity?
Yes, ma'am.
Did you respond to a call in Wiley Road?
Yes, ma'am, I did.
What was the nature of that call?
I'd been advised by dispatch that a citizen had found what he thought was a human leg sticking out of a box or a plastic tote.
Did you make contact with that citizen?
Yes, ma'am.
Is that Mr. Wilson?
Johnny Wilson, yes, ma'am.
And did Mr. Wilson take you to the scene?
He did.
Okay. Could you describe Wiley Road, where Mr. Wilson took you?
Yes, ma'am. Wiley Road usually runs east-west. The spot where he took me, it runs north-south on a small curve. To the east side of that, there was approximately maybe 15 feet off the road. There was some flattened grass, and I saw a gray plastic tote shoved on its side, or fallen over on its side, excuse me. I walked up to the tote and observed what I saw to be a white leg, appeared to be human, sticking out of the bin. I walked and moved to where I could see further into the bin, and I saw what appeared to be a deceased white female, folded and stuffed into the bin. There were clothing articles that were put on top of her. The bin was on its side, and so some of the articles of clothes were laying out on the grass. There were no signs of life. She wasn't breathing, and I did not observe any injuries or other signs of trauma.
What did you then, after you saw the tote, what did you do?
I backed away, notified my supervisor that we had a crime scene and I needed him en route. Another deputy who was on scene, Deputy Parker Galloway, and I secured the area with crime scene tape, and I started an inter-control log.
Okay. When you say secure the area with the crime scene, you close it off?
We closed off the area, yes, ma'am.
One moment, please. No further questions.
Any cross-examination?
No, sir.
All right. Deputy Henderson need to be retained?
No, sir.
All right. You're free to go. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, sir.
State next calls Deputy Chris Smith to the stand.
Deputy Smith, if you could just stop right there so we can swear you in.
Do you solemnly swear or affirm that the testimony you shall give shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do. Thank you, sir. Please have a seat. Pull yourself up close to that microphone. Make sure you speak clearly for us.
All right, will do.
May I inquire?
Thank you, Judge. Good morning.
Good morning.
Could you please introduce yourself to us and spell your name for the court reporter?
Sure. I am Chris Smith with the Leon County Sheriff's Office, and that's going to be CHRIS SMITH. And I've been a detective in the crime scene unit for approximately 8 years now, and I'm a member of the bomb team as well.
And Detective Smith, do you have to undergo any training to work with the crime scene unit?
We do. We do a basic crime scene class, photography, and then I have socialized training in shooting reconstruction.
Okay. And I want to talk about your duties with the crime scene unit particularly. What does that encompass? What is involved in working with the crime scene unit?
In the crime scene unit, we respond to most of the crime scenes in Leon County, and we also process evidence from detectives and other deputies in the unit and agency.
I want to jump to the evening, I believe, of October 23rd, 2022. Were you called out to a scene off Wiley Road?
I was called out.
Could you tell us a little bit about what you responded to and what's involved when you respond to a crime scene?
Sure. I was given a call from our sergeant, Sergeant Bishop, to respond to Wiley Road because a body had been found in the woods.
And is Wiley Road the location you responded to here in Leon County?
It is.
So what do you observe when you first arrive on scene at Wiley Road?
Well, at first, we get together and take a kind of a big view of what we've got. We don't just rush into the scene. So we took time and looked through the area of the road and then the tree, shrubbery, and then we methodically go through. It's my job to photograph the way in. So we photograph everything to recreate that scene later on. But we look for evidence along the way, shoe impressions, anything that might be out of place. So through the photography, you could see, making our way all the way to the body.
Is it safe to say when you arrive at a crime scene, you don't know what's going to be relevant or important in an investigation later?
No, absolutely not. We just take as much evidence as we can locate.
Okay. So is it safe to say that there are probably a lot more photos than we're going to see here today that you took?
There's thousands of photos, yes.
Okay. And you do that in an abundance of caution?
Absolutely. Okay. We don't want to miss anything.
Right. Would you recognize some photos that you took of the Wiley Road area and of the plastic storage bin that you observed?
Yes.
Okay. And then in that plastic storage bin, did you eventually observe a human body?
Yes.
Could you describe the body?
Sure. The body was a female, folded up and placed in the bin. Then there was clothing placed over her.
Okay. Permission to approach the witness, Your Honor?
Yes.
For the record, Detective Smith, I'm showing you what the pre-marked for identification purposes only escapes 1A through 1E. Take a look at those and tell me if you recognize them.
Yes, sir. I took those photos.
Are there an accurate representation of both the Wiley Road area and how the body and storage bin appears recognized by the observers?
Yes, sir, it is.
Your Honor, this time statement was introduced to the United States 1A through 1E.
Any objection?
No, Your Honor.
All right, they'll be entered as 1A through 1E.
Permission to publish to the jury via the document camera.
Granted. Would you like me to turn off the overhead lights?
I think it's going to show on the monitors.
Okay.
Okay.
Are you all able to see it?
Directing your attention to state 1A, what are you looking at here?
Right now, we're looking kind of southeasterly going down Wiley Road. It's a dirt road, as you can see on the bottom right-hand side. Shrubbery and tree on the left-hand side of the road. There is a deputy's vehicle blocking off the road, so we don't get any kind of traffic inside our crime scene. So that's what you see there.
The Wiley Road area, is it pretty rural?
It is very rural, yes. It's in the northeast corner of Leon County.
Directing your attention to state 1B.
1B, you can see the 30-gallon container that has the body in it and the clothing. That's going to be on the eastern side of Wiley Road, just in the shrubbery area.
State 1C.
This is when we approached the body in the container. You can see the container fell over, and what you're looking at here is a partially clothed leg of the female and the clothing that had fallen off of her.
State 1D.
This is the 30-gallon bin that we moved upright and began to move out of its location, but we photographed all the way through those processes. You can see her left foot and right foot, her head, and how she's been placed in the bin.
State 1.
Right. After we pulled each piece of clothing off and photographed it and put it in evidence bags, we had her body here, and we photographed that before removing her from the bin.
That storage bin, did you impound that into evidence as well?
Yes, sir, we did.
Would you recognize it if you saw it here?
Yes, sir.
Question approach the witness, Your Honor.
Granted.
Detective Smith, I'm showing you what's been pre-marked for identification purposes as states victim 2. You recognize states 2?
Yes, I do.
How do you recognize states 2?
I recognize it from the bin itself, the way I secured it, and my property label that I placed on it.
Appear to have been manipulated in any way, or materially altered in any way since you last saw it.
No, sir.
Or at this time, state moves introduced into evidence.
Any objection?
No objection.
Oh, that'd be entered as states 2.
To be fair, state exhibit 2, Detective Smith, this bin,
Yes.
this is the bin that the body was located in
Yes, sir.
on the side of Wiley Road.
Yes, sir.
As part of your duties, did you also collect swabs from the victim?
Yes, we collected swabs.
Okay, and can you tell us a little bit about what's involved with collecting swabs and why you would collect swabs from someone?
Sure. What we do is collect swabs from areas that may have been touched by the suspect. So we try and figure out based on what we have in the scene. So we have over 100 swabs from this. And it's a sterile, basically a Q-tip, but it's sterile. And we collect it from the skin, clothing, hair, anything we think that has been touched. And then skin and DNA that we receive from that, we package and send off to FDLE for analysis.
And FDLE is the Florida Department of Law Enforcement?
It is, I'm sorry, yeah, Florida Department of Law Enforcement. They have the state lab, and that's where all the DNA evidence goes right now.
Okay. And I think you made reference to this. Is it fair to say you took a whole lot of swabs in this case?
Yes, sir, we did.
Because you don't know what or where evidence is going to be?
We don't.
Okay. Did some of those swabs include a sexual assault kit?
Yes.
Okay. Would you recognize that sexual assault kit?
Yes, sir, I would.
Saw it here again. Permission to approach, Your Honor.
Granted.
Detective Smith, I'm showing you what's been pre-marked as State Exhibit 3. Take a look at State Exhibit 3 and tell me if you recognize it.
Yes, sir, I do.
How do you recognize State Exhibit 3?
I recognize it because I filled out the collection kit envelope, and the evidence tape is placed on there by me, and the evidence label.
And turning it on to the back, does it appear that the sexual assault kit was sent to FDLE for testing?
Yes, sir, it has been.
That means it's with the testing you referred to earlier.
Yes, it would.
Outside of being sent to FDLE for testing, does it appear to be materially altered in any way since you packaged it?
No, sir.
Regarding this time, State moves to State Exhibit 3.
Any objection?
No, Your Honor.
Enter to States 3.
Detective Smith, that sexual assault kit in States Exhibit 3, what sort of swabs are involved in that?
In that, there's an anal swab, there's vaginal swabs. I believe there's 2 or 3. I cannot remember on that. So you have an anal swab, vaginal swab. There's a comb in there to comb the pubic area for loose hairs or any kind of debris on the pubic area, and swabs for other areas if necessary.
Is the purpose of those swabs to, in case the victim has had sex with anyone, potentially capture potential DNA?
Yes, sir.
And those swabs in States Exhibit 3 were sent off to FDLE?
Yes, they were.
Now, in this case, did you have occasion to interact with a Devhon Young Sr.?
Yes, I have.
Okay. Did you take a buccal swab from him?
Yes, the buccal swab. I took a left and a right, and the buccal swabs from the cheek. So we did the buccal swabs, both left side and right side, to submit to FDLE.
And what's the point of a buccal swab, of swabbing someone's cheek?
That's for confirmation of DNA, so we can confirm a person's DNA and compare it to other DNA.
Is that to have like a known standard?
Yes, it is.
To compare it to potential DNA, say, maybe from a sexual assault kit?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Would you recognize the buccal swab packaging that you took from the defendant?
Yes, I would.
Would you also recognize a photo of the defendant that you took the buccal swab from?
I would.
Commissioner, approach Your Honor.
Yes. And you can move freely around the courtroom. You don't have to ask for permission.
Yes, sir.
No objection.
Detective Smith, I'm showing you State Exhibit 4 and 5. Take a look at those and let me know if you recognize them.
Yes, sir. I recognize both.
Okay, starting first with State Exhibit 4. What is State Exhibit 4?
This is a photograph of Mr. Young.
And is this Devhon Young Sr., to be clear?
Yes, it is.
And that's who you collected State Exhibit 5 from?
Yes, I did.
And directing your attention now to State Exhibit 5. Is this the packaging containing the buccal swabs of the defendant, Devhon Young Sr.?
Yes, yes.
Your Honor, the State Government has introduced State Exhibit 4 and 5.
Any objection?
No, Your Honor.
All right, they'll be entered as States 4 for the photo and 5 for the buccal swab.
During the course of your involvement in this case, did you also have occasion to interact with a silver Ford Edge at issue in this case?
Yes, sir, I did.
Did you photograph the silver Ford Edge?
Yes, sir. And worked the search warrant on that vehicle as well.
Okay, so you collected evidence from both the Ford Edge and took photos of it?
Yes, sir.
Is it safe to say you took a whole lot more photos than we're going to see here today of that Ford Edge?
Yes, sir.
Is that because, again, in abundance of caution, you don't know what's going to be relevant later?
We capture everything that we can.
Did you also impound keys from that Ford Edge?
Yes,
Would you recognize the keys and photos you took?
I would.
Okay. Commissioner, approach, Your Honor.
Great.
Sorry.
A hard habit to break.
Detective Smith, directing your attention to state weapon pre-marked for identification purposes only as State Exhibit 6A and B and State Exhibit 24.
Okay.
Take a look at those. Directing your attention first to State Exhibit 6A and 6B. Do you recognize those photos?
Yes, I do.
How do you recognize
I recognize them from one being there and two from our room that we do the search warrants in for vehicles.
do six exhibit 6A and 6B fairly represent photographs you took of the silver Ford at the time?
Yes, sir.
References next to the state exhibit 24. Are those the keys belonging to the silver Ford?
Yes, they are.
Do they appear to be in the same condition as you last observed them?
Yes, sir.
Your Honor, the state now moves to introduce state exhibits B and state exhibit 22.
Any
No.
objection?
No objection, Your Honor.
All right, so the photos and temporary tag will be entered as 6A and B, and the Ford keys as states 24.
Permission to publish the photos, Your Honor.
Granted?
Reckon your attention, Detective Smith, to
Are y'all able to see it, the jury box? Sometimes there's a lag between some of the TVs.
reckon your attention first to state exhibit 6A. What are we observing here?
This is the Ford Edge.
This is a front shot of it.
Yes, sir.
And this is, I guess, a room that you described.
This is our secure area. So when we move from the scene to our area, we have a unit follow the tow truck. It's not touched. It's placed in this room. Doors are closed, and only property and evidence have the remote control to get into it.
Reckon your attention next to state exhibit 6B. What are we seeing here?
This is the temporary tag that was on the back of the vehicle.
It's a paper temporary tag.
Yes, sir.
Detective Smith, did you also have occasion to respond to the Casa Bella Inn Suites?
Yes, I did.
And was that located at 2858 Appalachia Parkway?
Yes, sir, it is.
Is that here in Leon County?
It's in Leon County.
Okay. Did you photograph that room?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Would you recognize photos you took of that room?
Yes, I would.
Permission to approach? I'll break it eventually, Judge. Detective, I'm showing you what the pre-mark for identification purposes only had 7A through D.
Yes, sir.
7A through D. What does it show?
This is the hotel room that we had the search warrant on. So the first one would be the actual overview of the room. The second one is the lock and door entry system to get into the room, the proximity card entrance. And the second I photographed to show that there was no forced entry into the room. So that's the door latch. And then again, for showing that there's no forced entry, I have the extra latch for security in the room. And then I photographed the window showing that there was no forced entry through broken window.
These photos barely and accurately depict room 3 through 5 of the Casa Bella Inn and Suites you observed it.
Yes.
The state now moves to introduce state 7A.
Any objection?
No, Your Honor.
Entered as 7A through E. Brandon.
All right. Direct your attention to stage 7A. What are we seeing here?
7A is the overall view of the hotel room from the front door.
Room 335.
335.
Directing your attention next to 7B. What are we observing in 7B?
That would be the proximity lock and front door entrance.
This would be a type of lock where you can tap the locking mechanism to open the door.
Yes, sir.
Next to state 7C.
Sure, I have this picture to show that there was no forced entry into the room.
If there is a forced entry, what would you expect?
There'd be extensive damage on the latch itself and the door frame. No, sir.
State 7D, what are we showing there?
We're showing the lock inside the room that would go over the door to provide extra security. And in this picture, it shows that there's no damage to that.
And in 7E?
70 is just a photo of the window and blinds showing that there's no damage to the window or entry. There's no glass on the ground. So there's no forced entry made through the window.
The window would be fully intact?
Yes, sir.
Now, you mentioned that you also did a search warrant of the silver Ford Edge.
Yes.
And you collected a number of items from that Ford Edge?
We did.
Wasn't one of those items also a hotel key?
Yes.
Would you recognize that key that you impounded into evidence?
I would.
Permission to approach, Your Honor?
Yes.
Showing what's been pre-marked at State Exhibit 8. You recognize State Exhibit 8?
Yes, I do.
How do you recognize it?
With my property tag on there and the tape that I placed on there.
The State Exhibit 8 appears to be in the same condition as you last observed it.
Yes, sir.
There are state now moved into evidence.
No objection, Judge.
Entered as 8.
And State Exhibit 8, where did it come from?
The vehicle, the Ford Edge.
That was located in Fort Edge.
Yes.
As part of your duties, did you also attempt to collect latent prints?
Yes, I did.
Did you attempt to? What are latent prints?
Latent prints are fingerprints left on objects. And in this case, we went ahead and used fingerprint dust to locate those. We ended up doing the entire vehicle from top to bottom, inside and out.
And are latent prints necessarily visible to the naked eye?
No, they're not. Not necessarily.
Okay. Is that part of the reason that you use powder?
It is.
And you mentioned you collected a whole lot of potential latent prints in this case. Is it fair to say there may be more than we're going to see here today?
Yes.
And again, is that in an abundance of caution to capture as much evidence
It
as
is.
possible?
And so we did the whole entire vehicle.
Would you recognize a latent print card you collected in this case?
Yes, I would.
No.
Mark has taken Exhibit 9. Take Exhibit 9. Someone recognize it?
Yes, I do.
What is Exhibit 9?
State's Exhibit 9 is my latent print that I lifted off the rear driver door. And I submitted this to Felicia Bowen, who's our fingerprint and examiner for the office.
So you lifted that from the rear passenger door of the silver Ford Edge?
Yes.
That you've seen in other photos?
Yes, sir.
And you submitted that to Felicia Bowen?
I did.
And does it appear she's looked at that?
Yes.
Other than her examining it, does it appear to have been materially altered in any way?
No, sir.
Or the state now moves to evidence?
No objection.
Entered as States 9.
So, Detective Smith, if I'm understanding correctly, you lift the prints from the rear passenger door. Is that to potentially see if someone can be identified to those prints?
Yeah. Sorry. Yes, sir. It is.
Is it fair to say you collected a whole lot of evidence, not knowing whether it would be relevant or not to the case?
Yes, sir.
Nothing further at this time.
No cross, Judge.
All right. Does he need to be retained?
You may be released, Your Honor.
All right. Sorry, you can step down. You're
Thank
free to
you.
go. Thank you. All right, we've been going for a little bit. I think it might be a good time to just take a brief comfort break. There are a lot of you, so I'm going to give you 15 minutes. If you need more time, just let the bailiff know, but we'll shoot for a 15-minute break and we'll be back at 10.
All rise, court's back in session.
Have you seated?
Yeah, thank you, Judge.
So Deputy Morris did bring something to my attention. One of the jurors recognized her. She was not here during jury selection where we normally ask. Does anybody recognize any of the court personnel? When Deputy Morris was a school resource officer, it was Miss Swanson's child was at the school. So do you want to question her about that at all? Or?
I don't see the need, Judge.
Yeah, I don't either. You said you did not recognize Miss Swanson. She just happened to recognize the deputy from being at the school.
Yes, sir. Thank you.
All right. I just wanted to make y'all aware of it. Any issues before we bring them back in?
Just logistics, Your Honor. My hope would be to, and we'll see how it goes, but to maybe get through witness number 7, Detective Bradley Riley, before lunchtime.
Okay.
We're making great progress, though, in all candor with court.
Yeah.
And knock on wood.
All right. So you would want to get through the next 4 witnesses?
Yes, sir.
Okay. I think that's a doable goal. And I didn't plan on taking another break before lunch, so we would just push through until the lunchtime break.
Yes, sir.
Even if that pushes us a little bit past noon, I'll just give them a little bit more time on the other end.
Yes, sir.
All right, let's bring them in.
rise, jury entering the courtroom.
You may be seated. Back on the record, State v. Young, jury is present in the courtroom. State, you may call your next witness.
The state would call Felicia Bowen.
While they're getting Ms. Bowen, I'll just let you all know that our goal is to get through a few more witnesses before lunch. We're going to push through until that lunch break. If it takes us a little bit past noon, I'll give you all just a little bit more time on the other side. Morning, Ms. Bowen. If you could just stop right there and be sworn in.
Do you solemnly swear or affirm that the testimony you shall give shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Thank you, ma'am. You can have a seat. Please pull yourself up close to the microphone and speak clearly. You may inquire.
Good morning.
Good morning.
Could you please state and spell your name for the court reporter?
Felicia Bowen. It's Felicia Bowen.
And are you employed?
Yes.
Where?
Leon County Sheriff's Office.
How long have you been with the Leon County Sheriff's Office?
About 16 years.
Okay. And what duties do you have with the Leon County Sheriff's Office?
I'm the latent print examiner for the Sheriff's Office.
And how long have you been analyzing fingerprints?
About 25 years.
You have prior, so you've been with LCSO for, you said 16?
16, yes, ma'am.
So you have prior experience as well?
I do.
Where?
Polk County Sheriff's Office, Florida.
What specialized training have you received to become a fingerprint examiner?
I received over 500 formal hours of training to include the science of fingerprints, how to evaluate, compare, and identify latent prints. Also, different processing classes to process latent prints. And plus, we have continuous on-the-job training.
Approximately how many fingerprints have you examined in your career?
Thousands.
And have you had an occasion to identify persons by comparing known ink prints with unknown ink prints?
I have.
How many times?
Hundreds.
Okay, and have you had the occasion to testify in court regarding identification of persons based on fingerprints?
I have.
In Leon County?
Yes.
How many times?
In Leon County, approximately 30.
In other, as well as other courts in the state of Florida?
Yes.
How many times?
When I worked for Polk County, probably about 20, 25 times.
Your Honor, at this time, the state would tender the witness in the area of fingerprint analysis.
I have no questions and no objections.
All right, you may proceed.
Ms. Bowen, could you explain to the jury what an inked print is?
An inked print, or it's also labeled as a known print, you actually know the person that you're fingerprinting, and you apply a thin layer of ink to the person's fingers and apply it to a fingerprint card, or they also use a digital capture from a live scan device.
Could you also explain to the jury what a latent print is?
When an object or surface is touched by the fingers or palms, an image of that friction ridge detail is transferred onto that object or surface by means of perspiration or some other oily substance, usually not seen with the naked eye and requires some type of processing.
Are there different distinguishing characteristics between fingerprints?
Yes.
What are they?
There's individual characteristics, could be in the ridges. There's what's known as ending ridges, bifurcations where one ridge will bifurcate and become two ridges. There's short ridges, dots, little island enclosures.
How are fingerprints compared and identification effective?
When you are comparing a known print to a latent print, you have to look for those individual characteristics that are in the same relative position in both the inked print to the latent print. And when you have a sufficient amount of characteristics with no unexplainable differences, you can positively identify what finger or whose finger that latent print is.
Okay. Could you tell the jury what the basic factors in the use of fingerprint, what are the basic factors in identifying based on a fingerprint?
We have to look at the individual characteristics that I talked about, the ending ridges and the bifurcations, but we also look at pattern types. We look at ridge flow. We look at size and shapes of the ridges also.
Are fingerprints specific to each individual?
Yes.
Could two different people have the same fingerprints?
No.
Based on your training experience, have you ever seen that?
No.
And as it relates to this case, was a request made to search inked impressions of an unknown deceased white female?
Yes.
Okay. Were those prints taken by Detective Smith?
Yes.
And were the inked impressions searched in any databases?
Yes, I searched them in an automated fingerprint database.
Did you receive any possible identifications?
I did.
To who?
Tonya Griffin.
Okay. Were the inked impressions of the decedent compared to those known prints of Tanya Griffin?
Yes.
Okay. What were those results?
The prints submitted by Detective Smith were positively identified as the prints of Tanya Griffin.
Where were the known prints received from or found?
I received them from FDLE.
The Florida Department of Law Enforcement?
Yes.
Okay. Now just back to fingerprints in general. It's possible for people to leave fingerprints? You said earlier?
Yes.
Okay. And what kinds of surfaces can people leave fingerprints on?
All different types of surface. There could be porous surfaces, non-porous surfaces.
Okay. And is it also possible for people to touch a surface and not leave fingerprints?
Correct.
And why is that?
It just depends on certain different types of surfaces. Environment comes into play also.
Were you asked to take prints in this case of an individual by the name of Devhon Young Sr.?
Yes.
And did you take those prints?
Yes.
Would you recognize those prints today?
Yes.
I'm showing you what's been marked as States 10. Do you recognize them?
Yes.
How do you recognize it?
These are the known prints that I obtained on an individual by the name of Devhon Young.
Were they previously seen or substantially seen conditions with them?
Yes.
Are they material altered in any way?
No.
Sarah, this time to enter the evidence States 10.
Any objection?
No objection, Your Honor.
We enter to States 10.
It's already been entered to Stage 4. Is this individual who's Prince Yusuf?
Yes.
Is that Devhon Young Sr.?
Yes.
Did you compare those prints to latent prints?
Yes.
Unfortunately, what's been entered is States 9. What's States 9?
This is a latent lift card that was submitted by Detective Chris Smith with latent prints on the back of it.
Did you have the occasion to compare States 10, the known prints of the defendant, Devhon Young Sr., to the latent print?
Yes, I did.
What was the result of that comparison?
The latent print that was a value on that latent lift card was identified as the print of Devhon Young.
And what did you base that on?
On the comparison that I...
Yeah.
What do you mean by what did I base it?
I guess like you looked at the prints.
I looked at them side by side and I looked for the individual characteristics that were similar in both the latent print and the known print.
And based on your experience and training, the known prints and the latent prints, did they match?
They did.
Okay, and then based on your training and experience, did the defendant make the latent prints in states 9 match the known prints in state 10?
Yes.
One moment. The latent print, states 9 that you examined, what finger was that from?
Can I refer to my notes or see the latent print?
Would that refresh your recollection?
Yes.
I'm approaching your report.
No.
Does that refresh your recollection?
I'm sorry, yes.
The latent print, what finger was that from?
The middle finger of Devhon Young.
Left or right hand?
I'm sorry. Can I refer to my same report that I have here? It's the right middle finger of Devhon Young.
Nothing further.
Any cross-examination?
None, Your Honor.
Does this witness need to be retained?
No.
All right, you may step down. You're free to go. Thank you.
Thank you, Ellen.
State, you may call your next witness.
Say we call Deputy Max Frazier.
Deputy Frazier, if you can just stop right about there and be sworn in.
Do you solemnly swear or affirm that the testimony you shall give shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
All right, thank you, sir. You can have a seat. Pull yourself up close to that microphone and make sure you speak clearly for us. Okay, you may inquire.
Thank you. Good morning. Could you please state and spell your name?
Deputy Max Frazier, MAXFRAZIER.
And you're employed
Yes, ma'am.
with what agency?
Leon County Sheriff's Office.
How long have you been with the Leon County Sheriff's Office?
Just about 4 years.
Are you assigned to a specific unit?
I'm on uniform patrol.
And what are your duties on uniform patrol?
Respond to calls for services, engage in proactive policing, engage with the community events.
Were you working on October 25th, 2022?
Yes, ma'am.
Were you working in the same capacity?
I was on the LCSO spotter unit, but it's under the uniform patrol.
Were you also assisting with the violent crime detectives?
Yes, ma'am.
And what were you assisting them with?
Locating a vehicle,
Do you know what kind of vehicle?
a silver Ford SUV.
Is it safe to say that you were driving around looking for the vehicle?
Yes, ma'am.
What vehicle were you driving?
Marked LCSO Tahoe.
So you're HD issued.
Yes, ma'am.
You said you were looking for a silver Ford
Yes, ma'am.
SUV? Were there any other distinguishing characteristics that you were looking for in that car?
A temporary out-of-state tag.
Where were you looking for the vehicle? Where were you driving around?
I was in Tallahassee, Florida, in the Colorado Street area.
Were you able to locate the car?
Yes,
Where?
on Colorado Street.
When did you first see the car?
Like a specific time?
No, where? Were you on Colorado Street?
Yes.
Okay. Was the car approaching you? Were you behind it?
It was approaching me.
Okay. So when you saw the car, what did you do?
So I was traveling east. I'm sorry, I misspoke. I was on Alabama Street. I was traveling east on Alabama Street, and the vehicle was traveling west towards me, approaching Colorado Street.
So he's kind of coming this way, and you're going this way.
Yes, ma'am.
Did you get behind the vehicle?
Yes, ma'am.
Were you able to? I'm guessing you turned around.
Yeah, I made a U-turn.
Were you able to keep the vehicle in your sight?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Where did the car go?
It turned onto Colorado Street, and that's when I turned onto Colorado Street right behind it. Then it turned into a residence on Colorado Street.
As part of your uniform, are you assigned a body-worn camera?
Yes, ma'am.
Were you wearing one that day?
Yes, ma'am.
Was it working that day?
Yes, ma'am.
Was it on?
Yes, ma'am.
Would you recognize still images from that body cam?
Yes.
Approaching with stage 23A, B, and C. You know what you mean? You recognize them?
Yes.
How do you recognize them?
They're my body cam. Still photos of my body camera.
They're not good for sure what you saw that day.
Yes.
Got to enter him first.
Besides your enters, the evidence stage 23A, B, and C.
Any objection?
No objection.
All right, entered as 23A through C. Permission to publish?
Yeah, it's right here.
Okay, I'm showing you 23, stage 23A. How do you, what are we seeing?
The silver SUV that I was looking for.
Okay, did you pull up right behind it?
No, I didn't.
Why?
Because I didn't know who was in the car at the time or what was going on, so I parked short and walked up.
Did you also wait for other law enforcement kind of arrival team?
Yes.
Were you the only one in your patrol car?
Yes.
Was that for safety reasons? That you waited?
Yes.
While you were waiting, did you see anybody?
Yes.
Could you describe who you saw?
An older black male.
Where were they standing?
When I initially saw him, can I point on this to,
Okay.
or
Oh.
it's pretty much on the porch where that white, I guess, cloth or t-shirt item is hanging right there.
Here.
Yes.
Did you walk towards him?
I was parked where pretty much where the steps are, leading down, so you can see straight through the pillars. That's where I saw him. So I began to start walking, and that's when the male took off running.
Did you inside of him?
Yes,
Which direction were you going?
behind the house.
Did you see anybody else?
Yes,
Did you make contact with that person?
yes. There's 2 people in this area.
Did he indicate if you saw a person though?
Yes,
Was it the same direction you saw the person?
I lost sight of him behind the house. So then when I spoke to the other male, he just pointed in the direction, like pretty much pointing towards behind the house.
Approaching state to the as well. Hard to hear, but the tag is that an out-of-state temporary tag?
Yes.
No further questions.
Any cross-examination?
No cross.
Does he need to be retained? All right, you are free to go. Thank you, sir. Thanks.
Your Honor, the state next calls Detective Joshua Turner to the stand.
Let me take a sidebar before we bring up Mr. Turner.
Sir.
If my memory serves me, this was the witness that you were going to enter the GPS. We need to have the instruction.
He's just going to have a physical GPS monitor. The data's coming to the next witness, Riley. So,
Yeah, I'll have an instruction before the next witness.
Okay.
Okay.
You could just stop right there for me so you can be sworn in. You're kind of tall, so you can see.
Do you solemnly swear or affirm that the testimony you shall give shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes, sir.
All right, thank you. You can have a seat. Please pull yourself up close to the microphone and speak clearly for us. May inquire?
Good morning.
Good morning.
Could you please introduce yourself to us and spell your name for the court reporter?
Yes, Detective Josh Turner, Leon County Sheriff's Office. That's Joshua, Joshua Turner.
And Detective Turner, how long have you been with the Leon County Sheriff's Office?
6.5 years.
Okay, and what do your duties normally include?
I'm a detective in the violent crime unit.
As a part of being a detective with the violent crime unit, does that involve sometimes helping with other investigations that aren't directly yours?
It does.
Okay. In this case at hand, were you assisting Detective Blake Howard?
I was.
Okay. What did your assistance include doing?
There were several days of assistance, but anything if we need to follow up for video or discovery of evidence, interviews, search warrants.
Okay. Did that include going to several different scenes looking for potential evidence?
That's correct.
Okay. Did you have occasion to impound a wig in this case?
I did.
Could you tell us a little about the circumstances of that?
Yes, we were doing a canvass of the general area where the discovery of the body was located, and a patrol deputy located a backpack on the side of the road that was unusual. So we went down there to investigate that and discovered a wig and a backpack that it appeared that its contents were thrown about.
And this is on Wiley or off Wiley Road?
It was off of Miccosukee.
Okay. Is Miccosukee near Wiley Road?
It is.
Okay. And it appeared these items had been discarded?
That's correct.
The wig included?
That's correct.
Would you recognize the wig that you impounded into evidence if you saw it here again?
Yes, sir.
Shipping was be marked for identification purposes only as states in Exhibit 11. Let's take a look at that. Tell me if you recognize it.
I do.
What is State Exhibit
It is a blonde wig that has covered in leaves and debris.
Consistent with being discarded outside in a rural wooded area.
That's correct.
Does it appear to have been seriously altered or in any way since you last encountered it into evidence?
No, sir.
It's like just repackaged.
Yeah, correct.
Is it fair to say you normally package these things in plastic bags so you can't visibly see them outside the bag?
That's correct.
Your Honor, at this time, the state moves to introduce State Physical 11.
Any objection?
No, Your Honor.
Enter to States 11.
Detective Turner, did you become aware of why the wig was relevant?
Yes, it was determined that the victim in this case was a prostitute, and the wig she was observed wearing a wig in surveillance video.
Okay, so she's observed wearing a blonde wig in surveillance video?
That's correct.
The victim in this case appears to be a brunette?
Correct.
Okay. A natural brunette, I should say.
Yes.
Okay. Did you also have occasion to locate a GPS monitor?
I did.
Could you tell us a little bit about the circumstances of looking for the GPS monitor?
Yes, upon the defendant in this case being observed in the victim's vehicle, there was a brief time where the vehicle was abandoned, and in the general vicinity of the vehicle being abandoned, it was discovered that he was on active GPS monitoring. So GPS monitoring was in that area, and then when the defendant was interviewed by detectives, it was revealed that the location of this ankle monitor. So we went back and recovered it.
Okay. So the defendant in his interview with law enforcement told law enforcement where he had hidden his GPS monitor?
That's correct.
After he'd cut it off?
That's correct.
And it was found in that very location?
Yes, sir.
And where was that location?
It was at a residence, and the address is 1417 Colorado Street.
1417 Colorado Street, is that located here in Tallahassee, Florida?
It is.
Okay. And where was this GPS monitor specifically located?
In a white deep freezer.
Is that exactly where the defendant said it would be?
It is.
Would you recognize the GPS monitor that you located in that deep freezer if you saw it here again?
I would.
Permission to approve. Secretary, I'm approaching the weapon pre-marked for identification purposes only as State Exhibit 12. Do you recognize State Exhibit 12?
I do.
How do you recognize State Exhibit 12?
That is the ankle monitor that I discovered in the white deep freezer.
Is it in substantially the same condition as you last observed it?
Aside from being out of the packaging, yes.
So it's been repackaged so you can see it?
That's correct.
Your Honor, at this time, we need to introduce State Exhibit 12.
Any objection?
No objection.
That enters 12.
Permission to hand who's your...
Yes.
Adrian, just take a quick look at that and I'll give it to the judge. Okay.
And to be clear, where you recovered this GPS monitor, this was the same area in which the silver Ford Edge vehicle was recovered?
That is correct.
Nothing further at this time.
Any cross-examination?
None, Your Honor.
Okay. Visits need to be retained.
No, Your Honor.
All right, you may step down. You're free to go. Thank you.
Thank you.
Your Honor, may I approach?
Yes.
Maybe go to sidebar.
Sure.
Your Honor,
Come up with a jury
yes,
instruction.
we've agreed on an instruction that we'd ask that you would read before the next witness.
Okay,
All right.
I will do that.
All right, thank you, sir.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, I've been asked to read a jury instruction to you before our next witness testifies. Evidence of a GPS monitor being used by the defendant has been introduced in this case. You are not to speculate or consider for any reason why the defendant used or was in possession of a GPS monitor. Such should not influence how you consider such evidence. Thank you.
The state calls Detective Brad Riley.
Detective Riley, if you could just stop right there so you can be sworn in, please.
You solemnly swear or affirm that the testimony you shall give shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth.
All right, thank you, sir. Please have a seat. Pull yourself up close to the microphone and make sure you speak clearly for us.
Yes, sir.
You may inquire.
Good morning.
Good morning.
Could you please introduce yourself to us and spell your name for the court reporter?
Hey, I'm Bradley Riley. It's Reilly. I'm a detective with the Leon County Sheriff's Office Violent Crimes Unit.
Okay. And how long have you been with the Leon County Sheriff's Office?
I've been there about 7 years. I spent a couple of years with Capitol Police before that and was a paralegal with the Army Reserves before I decided to make a transition.
Okay. And you mentioned you were with the Violent Crimes Unit. What does that typically involve?
Really, our unit focuses, it doesn't specialize necessarily on just violent crimes, but it's any crimes against people.
Does it include investigations of, include homicide investigations?
It does.
Okay. I want to direct your attention to this case. Were you assisting Detective Blake Howard in this investigation?
I was.
Specific to your role, was part of your role to review GPS records?
It was.
Okay. Remember, this time the state moves to introduce what's been marked as Safety Exhibit 13 via the business records exception.
No objection, Your Honor.
All right, so entered as states 13.
Detective Riley, I've handed you what's now been moved into evidence as Safety Exhibit 13. What is Safety Exhibit 13?
This is a printout of a PDF GPS coordinates from Sentinel. That's the company that was managing the GPS location of like an ankle monitor type thing.
Okay. Are these records specific to the ankle monitor that the defendant in this case, Devhon Young Sr., was wearing?
Correct.
Okay. And why were those relevant to this case in particular?
Well, in this particular instance, once we identified this device as potentially being involved in this case, the GPS coordinates showed the ankle monitor was both at the location where the victim's body was located, as well as where her vehicle was later spotted and attempted to be stopped.
So this GPS monitor, the coordinates that you have in State Exhibit 13, they place the GPS monitor of Devhon Young Sr. both at the dump site of the victim's body and where the victim's silver Ford Edge was located on the 25th of October?
It was, and then we also knew later on in the investigation that Tanya was going to a hotel on Appalachia Parkway, and those ankle monitor GPS coordinates were showing that it was there also.
Okay, so we have the GPS monitor at the Casa Bella Inn Suites.
Correct.
Where the Ford Edge is eventually abandoned, and then also at the site where the body is found of Ms. Griner?
Yes, sir.
Were you asked to create maps of the or plot points of that GPS monitor based on those records?
I was.
Would you recognize those maps if you saw them here again today?
I would.
No objection.
Pretty much been pre-marked as State Exhibit 14A through, take a look at those. Do you recognize States Exhibits 14A through E?
I do.
Starting with States, well, what are States Exhibits 14A through E?
These are basically I took the plots or the GPS coordinates that were in the Sentinel records and converted them in a way where Google Earth could ingest it and then put actual like pinpoints on the maps. These are screenshots of those areas. Would you like me to go through the location of each one?
Well, we'll do that when we published. Would you say, is it fair to say that 14A through E are fair representations of the records from Sentinel?
They are. They're excerpts from the records. There are a lot of points in here, so it'd be hard to make a user-friendly screenshot if I put all of the points on the map.
Are they fair and accurate representations of places that the GPS monitor went based on the records from Sentinel?
They are.
Your Honor, the state now moves into evidence States 14A through E.
Any
No,
objection?
no objection.
I'll be entered as 14A through E.
Permission to publish, Your Honor.
Granted.
Bring your attention to States Exhibit 14A. Well, it's a little hard to read print, but what are we looking at in 14A?
This is the Casa Bella Hotel on Appalachian Parkway.
That's located here in the county.
Yes, sir.
Now, I see it says 10:23 at 2:48 a.m. to 1 a.m. Why was this address deemed to be relevant?
This was the last known location that Tanya was going to.
This is Tanya Griner, aka Tonya Griffin,
Correct.
and the GPS unit places the defendant's ankle monitor at the Casa Bella Inn Suites on 10:23 at around nearing 3 a.m. in the morning.
It does.
Condition states 14B. We appear to be coordinates from October 23rd nearing 8 a.m. What are we observing here?
Can you zoom out a little bit? Is that the... That's the gas station at the intersection of Appalachian Parkway and Lavinia.
Why was that deemed to be relevant?
We went back and obtained some surveillance footage, and the defendant can be seen going inside of that store while driving Tanya's vehicle.
Is it safe to say that you all law enforcement pulled a lot of surveillance footage from a lot of convenience stores and confirmed that where the GPS monitor was going, the defendant was also appearing on campus?
That is very accurate.
The GPS monitor was a huge assist in finding out where the defendant was traveling with these vehicles?
It was.
Direct your attention to States 10C. What are we looking at here? Where?
This is the location that Tanya's body was located.
Okay. And the print shows October 23rd, 8:08 a.m. and 8:09 a.m.
It does.
And this is Wiley Road?
It is.
This is consistent with where the victim's body was found?
It is.
Direct your attention to States 10D. What are we looking at here?
This is in the area of Colorado Street, that neighborhood over there where Tanya's vehicle was later seen being driven and subsequently abandoned.
So this is on October 25th, around nearing 4 p.m. GPS and tank monitor put it in the same area where Ms. Griner's vehicle was abandoned.
It does.
Detective, is it fair to say that every location that was deemed to be relevant to this homicide investigation, is it fair to say the defendant's ankle monitor went?
That's fair.
Okay. Were you also present later for an interview of the defendant?
I was.
Did he agree he had gone all those places?
He did.
Did he agree he had cut off his ankle monitor at some point?
He did.
Did he in fact tell you exactly where he had put the ankle monitor?
He did.
Was the ankle monitor in fact located where he had hidden it?
It was.
And I believe he told you it was inside a deep freezer?
Yes. To try to block the GPS coordinates, if I remember correctly.
And that was in the Colorado Street area, exactly where Ms. Griner's vehicle had been abandoned?
It was.
Nothing further.
Any cross-examination?
No.
Does this witness need to be retained?
There you are.
All right, you may step down. You're free to go. Thank you, sir.
You are ready to go to sidebar?
Yes.
We're actually ahead of schedule, so if we want to take an early lunch, I'll get Detective Allen here. Okay. Let's break for lunch and have them come back at 1 o'clock. I'd like to give them a little extra time.
Yeah, that's fine.
Yeah, we're cruising around. I think I'm still going to need to have, at minimum, Sergeant Corbin come tomorrow morning based on availability. I'm seeing if I can get Clark and Peterman here today. Just so I can get as much done today as possible. Okay.
Sounds good.
All right.
All right, so we are going to break for lunch. It is 11:15 right now. I will give you all, I'd like to start back at 1 o'clock, so if you could be back at 12:45, that will give you a little bit more time. You'll also beat the lunch rush to any of the restaurants in town. Please do not discuss anything that you've heard so far, and please make sure you leave your notes in the courtroom. They will be secure. And just please be back at 12:45. Thank you. All right, you may be seated. Any issues before we break?
Nothing from the state, Your Honor.
Nothing good.
And I just want to put on the record that jury instruction I read was written by Mr. Collins and agreed to by the state, and I have entered it with the clerk.
That's fine, Judge.
Yes, sir.
Okay.
Correct.
All right, I'll see you all back at 12:45.
Yes,
Yes,
sir.
sir.
You may be seated. Back on the record, State v. Young, jury is being brought up. State, do you plan to introduce the video of his statement?
Yes,
Is it edited? Do you want that edited recording instruction?
Yeah.
Literally just discussing it.
And it's by agreement, Judge, because I went and reviewed it and he took out anything other than GPS stuff, but we've already talked about that.
Okay. So I'll just read instruction 2.2 as written.
Yes,
Yeah,
sir.
that's fine.
And I just ran the audio. It seems to be playing normally, and Detective Howard is here. And while we have some time while the jury's being brought up, just so everybody's aware logistically, I think we're only going to have two more witnesses, Detective Howard and Miss Tristan Peterman. Sergeant Corbett and Dr. Clark can't make it today due to availability, but I think we can get through them pretty quickly in the morning. My suggestion to the court and to counsel, if y'all are agreeable, is we finish up with the testimony today and work on jury instructions. That way we can hit the ground running tomorrow and maybe get this to the jury by lunch.
Well, I think we will.
Yeah, that sounds good to me.
I mean,
Let me just text Miss Gaston.
Stuff. I always pick this one out and then. Okay.
No, this is the other one.
Let's do one. Get this out. That one. And I've asked Ms. Peterman to be here at 2, but I think Detective Howard will go longer than that.
Okay.
well, you're doing the video too, right?
Yes, right. I'm not going to play the whole hour.
Whatever you want to do.
happen? I thought they were still being brought up. Are y'all ready to bring the jury in?
Yes, Your Honor.
Ready when you are, Your Honor.
There was a miscommunication. I thought they were still being brought up.
All right, jury entering the courtroom.
You may be seated. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. State, you may call your next witness.
The state calls Detective Blake Howard to the stand.
Detective Howard, if you could just stop right there so they can swear you in.
Do you solemnly swear or affirm that the testimony you shall give shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Thank you, sir. You can have a seat. Please pull yourself up close to that microphone and make sure you speak clearly for us. State, you may inquire.
My name is Blake Howard.
I haven't quite asked the question yet, but
Sorry.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon. How are you?
Could you introduce yourself again to us?
I'm Blake Howard. I'm a detective at the Leon County Sheriff's Office. Been with the Sheriff's Office about 8 years now.
Okay. Detective Howard, what are your roles at the Sheriff's Office? Or what is your primary role at the Sheriff's Office?
Yeah, my current role is detective within the Violent Crimes Unit / Special Victims.
Okay. And Detective Howard, were you the lead detective on this case?
I was.
How did this case first come to your attention?
Okay, so the night of the initial call out, I was actually working off duty at the hospital. I was notified by my supervisor that our patrol deputies had responded to a call about a suspicious death, and that he needed me to be en route to Wiley Road, which is in a rural part of Leon County. So from there, I pretty much just drove out to the scene and made contact with the guys that had already responded.
Okay, and just to orient us a little more, is this October 23rd, 2022?
It is, yes, sir.
Approximately what time did the call come in about the body being located?
I think it was about 7 p.m., maybe a little after. Yeah, I mean, somewhere around there.
Okay. So Wiley Road, is this northeast Tallahassee?
It is. If you're familiar with Miccosukee Road, it's a good ways out Miccosukee Road.
Okay, and Wiley Road, is it paved?
No, it's a dirt road in a pretty rural part of the county.
Okay, and what did you observe when you arrived on scene?
So our patrol deputies had kind of secured the scene, but once we entered the scene, there was a few of us that entered. There was a plastic bin that appeared to have a female's human leg sticking out of it. So at that point, we began to process and observe everything that we could on scene. Obviously, the suspicious nature of a person being there, we were, starting our investigation. So.
Okay. Were you eventually able to identify the woman found in the plastic bin?
Yeah, so we did not identify her the night that we went out there. There was no identification on her or anything like that. The next morning, we went to the autopsy where they were able to get fingerprints from her, and I positively identify her as Miss Tanya Griner.
Okay. And did you also have an alias for her as Tonya Griffin?
We did. There was a few aliases that came back. She had been married, so she was using a maiden name and then her married name in a couple of different scenarios.
Okay, so but Tanya Griffin, Tanya Griner, same person?
Same person, yes, sir.
Now, as the lead detective, is it fair to say that you kind of are aware of what a lot of other people are doing in an investigation?
Yeah, oftentimes it's just calling the play and making sure that everyone is on task. A lot of the nitty-gritty stuff is tasked out to other detectives. We have a unit of, when we're fully staffed, it's 8 detectives in there. So for us, when there is a murder investigation going on, for the most part, everyone is doing something. And so as the lead, you're just kind of staying on top of that and looking at the big picture.
Okay, so would it be fair to say Detective Wiley and Detective Turner assisted you in this investigation?
Yes, absolutely.
Okay. Did you have an immediate suspect the night of the 23rd?
No. The night of the 23rd, we didn't, at the time, really even have a cause of death. We had noticed some bruising on her neck and things that were suspicious, but from just the external examination, we couldn't tell 100% how she died. So we didn't know really what we were dealing with at the time. And then the next day at autopsy, we were notified that it was in fact strangulation. That's how she died. So at that point, we had just identified her, and we really started to look into her history, who she was and how she came to be on Wiley Road.
What was the next step in your investigation? How did things move on from there?
Yeah, so once we identified her, we learned that she had been reported as a missing person out of Valdosta, Georgia. It was through the Lowndes County Sheriff's Office. They, had her entered as a missing person after she didn't show up for her daughter's birthday. So we started to work with one of those detectives who explained to us, that she's Miss Griner was involved in prostitution. And that when they talked to people that knew her, that was likely what she was doing in Tallahassee. So that kind of started to gear our focus as far as looking at any places we may know prostitution happens in Leon County and things like that. We started to canvass those areas. Because once we learned who she was, we also learned that she had recently purchased a vehicle, which was outstanding at the time. We didn't know where her vehicle was. It wasn't on Wiley Road or anywhere known to us at the time. So
let me ask another question about that. So you were notified that her vehicle was missing. What type of vehicle was this?
It was a silver Ford Edge. Like I said, she had recently purchased.
Okay. What information were you able to glean about that Ford Edge?
Yeah, so it had not been registered all the way yet with any state, so we had a VIN number from the vehicle identification number, which is like, the permanent one that's imprinted on the vehicle. We had the VIN number, but we did not have a tag assigned to the vehicle, so we didn't really have much to do any type of searching other than the silver Ford Edge because a VIN number isn't readily accessible to be seen. So it wasn't until we did a search of the VIN in a, FCIC, NCIC, our database for law enforcement, we saw that a police officer in one of the small jurisdictions in Bay County near Panama City had actually run the VIN, and when he ran it, there was a tag associated with it. So that's how we learned of the tag later.
And what was unique about this tag, or was there something unique, anything unique about the tag?
It was a temporary tag, so it was a paper tag, I believe out of New Jersey. But yeah, so once we learned that, we knew that we needed to be searching for this vehicle. We knew that when the police officer ran it in Panama City, or near Panama City, it was after the time that we suspected she had died. So we knew that her vehicle was still moving, after her body had been placed at Wiley Road. So at that point, we started to search for the vehicle. That was our big lead at the time.
Okay. So you say we started to search for the vehicle. What do you mean, we?
Yeah, so we have, throughout the county, we have a couple cameras that read license plates. And so we were able to search that database for this particular license plate. And so by the time we learned of her tag and we searched it, we realized that it was still moving in Tallahassee. It had hit pretty recently after we discovered the tag in Tallahassee near Tharp Street. So once we learned of that information, we had, just as far as I know, every detective from the sheriff's office leaving the office to go look for the vehicle in that area.
Does anyone encounter the vehicle while after this? I guess is a be on the lookout put out for
Right.
the
Yeah.
vehicle?
So we did issue a BOLA, be on the lookout, on our radio that's shared with Leon County Sheriff's Office, Tallahassee Police Department, and Deputy Max Frazier from the Leon County Sheriff's Office did encounter the vehicle. I believe it was on Colorado Street. He spotted it and was turning around to attempt to do a traffic stop when the vehicle pulled into a residence.
Does the driver of the vehicle remain on scene?
He does not. The driver ends up fleeing the area on foot, and what was later determined to be a front passenger was nearby on the residence's steps, back steps.
And let's talk about that passenger. Were you able to identify the passenger?
Yes, we identified him as Zaki Reeves. He had an outstanding warrant for an unrelated case, and he was arrested and brought to the sheriff's office for an interview.
And did you speak with Mr. Reeves?
I did. I interviewed Mr. Reeves myself and questioned about why he was in that vehicle, which was video and audio recorded. But his story to me was basically that he had a friend pick him up at a nearby apartment. They had planned to go play basketball. He didn't know the name of the driver, but that the driver, had run after law enforcement contact.
Okay. Mr. Reeves remained on scene?
He did.
Did he appear to know anything about the homicide?
No, we ended up, enlightening him on that vehicle's involvement in our case, and he seemed to be completely unaware that it was involved in a homicide, and claimed that he was just in that car that day, going to play basketball. So he appeared cooperative with us and didn't seem to be involved with the homicide itself.
Okay. Did any evidence during the totality of your investigation point to Zaki Reeves being involved in this homicide?
No, sir.
Were you able to later identify the driver of the vehicle?
We were. So while we were still on scene, Zaki was there, and we were with the vehicle. Our consolidated dispatch agency, who actually dispatches us to calls, came over the radio and said that someone in our vicinity had cut off their GPS monitor. That was the alert that we got. Obviously, that got everybody's attention, but we were focused on Mr. Reeves, got him back to the office and interviewed him. It wasn't until we finished that interview that the name Devhon Young came up, and that was who had cut his GPS off in our vicinity.
And to be clear, is this Devhon Young Sr.?
Senior, yes. Devhon Young Sr. So then we started to look at Mr. Young Sr.'s GPS records leading up to being on Colorado Street, and it showed him in the area of Wiley Road the morning that we discovered Ms. Griner. So at that point, he became a suspect in our case.
So you have Devhon Young Sr.'s GPS putting him at Colorado Street where Ms. Griner's vehicle is abandoned and the driver has fled.
Mm-hmm.
And you also have Devhon Young Sr., the defendant's GPS, putting him at Wiley Road where Ms. Griner's body was dumped.
That's correct.
At some point during your investigation, is Mr. Young apprehended, and are you able to interview him?
Yes. So he was apprehended a few days after we learned of that information, and he was brought to the Leon County Sheriff's Office for questioning.
And I want to back up a little bit. Did a large part of your investigation involve going to different convenience stores and lining up surveillance video with the GPS coordinates?
Yeah, so once we realized that Mr. Young Sr. was on Wiley Road at the time that someone would be to dump the body, we started looking at everywhere he had been in town. We learned of the Casa Bella Inn Suites on the Appalachian Parkway. Detective Brown responded there and confirmed that he was staying there. He had a room there. And then he had gone to a few different convenience stores, and we started to pull surveillance video to see if Mr. Young was in fact associated with the GPS monitor and anything else to do with this case. After reviewing the video, we were able to see Mr. Young Sr. on several different cameras when the GPS was there, and he was in fact driving the silver Ford Edge on multiple occasions.
Is it fair to say there are hundreds of gigabytes of surveillance video from various convenience stores showing Mr. Young operating that vehicle?
Yes, sir.
And is it also fair to say that in your interview with Mr. Young Sr. that he didn't deny he had taken the video or taken the vehicle?
The vehicle, correct.
Did you also happen to get surveillance footage from the Circle K close to the Casa Bella showing Miss Griner arriving the night, I guess, of her murder into the early morning hours?
That's correct. Yeah, we learned that she had gone to the Circle K across Appalachian Parkway from the Casa Bella, and we obtained video from there that showed her arriving, going inside and buying a few things, and then leaving. In the video, you can see pretty much her car going straight from that Circle K into the Casa Bella Inn Suites.
Okay. And why was this video, what if anything about this video is important?
Yeah, so there was a concern that someone may have been with her, but in the video, she very much appears alone at the Circle K. She reaches over to, you can see from one of the video angles, she reaches over to the passenger seat and is getting something out of her purse or doing something with her purse, so that it doesn't appear there's anybody there. When she exits the vehicle seems to turn off and lock, and then she unlocks it when she goes back. So we didn't think that anybody was in her vehicle. We think she arrived in Tallahassee alone.
During the course of your investigation, was there any evidence that pointed to Miss Griner coming to Tallahassee with anyone else?
No, sir.
Would you recognize a photo of Miss Griner if you saw it here today?
Yes, sir. Yeah, that's her.
Howard, I'm showing you State Exhibit 15. What is State Exhibit 15?
It's a picture of Miss Griner.
Alive.
Alive.
Sorry, this time the state moves to introduce State Exhibit 15 as
Any objection?
No objection.
So entered as 15.
Now, you mentioned that Circle K video. Have you arranged a compilation of the different camera angles into one video?
Yeah, we pretty much comprised a working copy, if you will, that shows, because she was on a few different camera angles from the outside to the inside, and so we kind of compiled them together so that it stayed on her as she got there and left. It was a working copy for us, yeah.
Does it fairly and accurately show her arriving and going inside the Circle K and then leaving the Circle K and heading what looks to be towards the Casa Bella Inn Suites?
Yes, sir.
Your Honor, this time the state moves to introduce State Exhibit 16 into evidence.
Any objection?
No objection.
All right, enter as State 16.
Permission to publish, Your Honor?
Yes. Would you like me to read the instruction for this video?
Yes, please, Your Honor.
Members of the jury, you're about to view a video recording. The court instructs you that the video recording has been edited to eliminate irrelevant portions that would not add to your understanding of the case. The fact that the recording has been edited should not concern you in any way and must not impact the way you view and consider this evidence.
In the left-hand portion of the screen, are we seeing Ms. Griner's 4-day drive?
Yes, sir. She should park here in the handicap spot. Her vehicle.
And this video is from October 22nd.
That's correct. Yes, sir.
I see her reach into the passenger seat there.
Yes, sir.
She's coming from the top of the screen now.
Yes, sir. I was a little behind. That's her there. Into the store.
Now, the body recovered had dark colored hair. Here we observe Ms. Griner with the blondish colored hair. Were you able to account for that or explain that?
Yes, sir. We learned that it was a wig that she was wearing that night. It was, we believe, recovered there on Mississippi Road the day after we discovered her.
Are you consistent with State Exhibit 11 the wig?
Yes, sir. That's it.
Is anything, I'm skipping ahead a little bit.
Yeah, she pretty much just waits in line here. Sorry, good.
Does anything significant really happen while she's in this sort of bed?
No, sir. She pretty much just waits in line and then buys something at the counter and then exits.
So my skipping ahead isn't skipping anything important.
No, sir.
We see what appears to be her unlocking the vehicle and getting it.
That's correct, yeah. The lights were off and looked like she unlocked it.
Now we downstairs vehicle in the top part portion of the video heading toward the Casa Bella Inn Suites.
Yes, sir. It's traveling west on Appalachian Parkway, and then you see brake lights right at the entrance of Casa Bella.
Does the Casa Bella Inn Suites have security cameras?
It does.
Could you tell us a little bit about those cameras?
They Some of them were not working at the time frame we were looking at. They are also motion activated, so it's not like a consistent recording of what's going on their property. So the video we were able to obtain from them, I would say, was fairly limited.
What video were you able to obtain that was relevant to this investigation?
We were able to capture what appears to be her vehicle traveling in the back parking lot, I think on more than one occasion. And then we also see her, what appears to be arriving on property, carrying her belongings up a flight of stairs to the second floor, which is where we knew Mr. Young Sr. had a room.
Approximately what time does she arrive at the Casa Bella?
It was a little after 10 p.m. I want to say around 10:10.
Okay. And you said she was carrying things?
Yeah, it looked like she had a bag and a large pole with her.
Was that later consistent with other evidence you got in the case?
Yes. Yes, it was.
The surveillance footage that you got from Casa Bella, does it accurately portray what you impounded into evidence?
I'm sorry, can you say that?
Sure. The surveillance footage that you got from Casa Bella, does it accurately reflect what you impounded into evidence?
Yes.
Have you had a chance to review it again?
The videos?
Yes.
Yes, sir.
Okay. Your Honor, the state now moves to introduce what's been pre-marked as State's Exhibit 17 into evidence.
No objection, Your Honor.
All right. Would you all like me to read that same instruction again?
Yeah.
I don't think it's necessary, but if you wish.
No, Your Honor.
So, ladies and gentlemen, the instruction I read to you about that first video will apply to the rest of the videos that have played.
Thank you.
Or will
Thank
be
you, Judge.
played.
Mission to publish, Your Honor.
Mission granted.
Based on the time today, we're looking at roughly 10:15.
10:15, yes, sir.
Is this Ms. Griner?
Yes, sir.
Ms. Griner again?
Yes, sir. On now the second floor.
Noticing the timestamp is now changed. You're 22. What time is that?
That'd be, 22 minutes after midnight.
So roughly 2 hours from the last?
Correct, yes, sir.
Was that 2 hours, did that become relevant in your investigation?
Yes, sir. We learned later that the initial agreement between Ms. Griner and Mr. Young Sr. was for her to come for 2 hours worth of entertainment.
Entertainment being intercourse and other things?
And other things, yes, sir.
They had heard it going to the bottom of the stairs.
Yes, sir. Top floor.
Detective Howard, we're seeing her leave with some stuff right after midnight, but we obviously know she returned to the room. Were we able to capture any footage showing her return to the room after that initial leaving at midnight?
No, not that I ever located myself or made aware of. No, sir.
Were efforts made to locate any footage of Miss Griner?
Yes, sir. We reviewed video from Casa Bella quite extensively.
Okay. Did all the evidence in the case point to her returning to that room?
Yes, it did.
Okay. In your interview with the defendant, eventually, did he agree she ultimately was killed in that room?
Yes, sir. He did.
But as you stated before, all the cameras at Casa Bella don't always work.
Correct, and it was mainly the placement of that one being at the end of the hallway. You could see about where the video stops. There was another walkway, and his room door was 2 or 3 past that. So it just didn't capture all the way to his door, and it's motion activated. So if somebody were to use the middle staircase, and they may not be picked up at all.
So you mentioned that eventually you're able to interview the defendant.
That's correct.
Is that on October 28th, 2022?
Yes, sir.
Is it fair to say that the defendant had to be found?
Yes, sir. It's a safe statement to make.
He didn't walk into the Leon County Sheriff's Department and tell you what happened, did he?
No, sir. He was apprehended by the U.S. Marshals Fugitive Task Force.
Was he Mirandized?
He was, yes, sir.
Now, this interview with the defendant, it's audio and video recorded?
Yes, sir. We have interview rooms set up at the sheriff's office in our unit that has a camera that audio records that entire room.
Is it fair to say that Mr. Young spends roughly 2 hours and 49 minutes in the interview room?
Yes, sir. That sounds right.
Is it fair to say a substantial amount of that time is him just sitting in the room by himself?
Yes, sir.
Have you had a chance to review that video?
I have.
Does it accurately reflect the conversations both you and Detective Riley had with him?
Yes, sir, it does.
And are you both present in the room with him interviewing him?
Yes, sir.
I want to talk a little bit about some things in that interview before we play it. How did the defendant indicate to you that Ms. Griner and he had met, or initially engaged in correspondence?
Yeah, there was a website called Skip the Games. We had located her profile on that, and he explained that you can click on the contact button and it provides that person's phone number, and that's how he initially found her.
And it was very clear that he was soliciting her for sex?
Yes, sir.
Did he agree that he had sex with Ms. Griner?
Yes, sir. He admitted to that.
Was that later confirmed by anything else?
Yes, sir. There was a sexual assault kit done on her body at I believe the time of autopsy, and we later determined that his DNA was found in that sexual assault kit.
During the course of that interview, does he agree that he strangled her to death?
Yes, sir, he does.
Did he admit that freely?
He did.
Were any promises made to him to get him to make these admissions?
No, sir. I'd say very little was said on our part.
Okay. Does he say anyone helped him do it?
No, sir.
Now, at some point during his conversation with you, he mentioned some sort of attempted robbery. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Could you just explain a little bit about that?
Yeah. He said that that Miss Griner had a boyfriend, and that at some point when she was in the room with him, he realized his room key was missing. The way he explained it was that she accidentally knocked her bag over and saw a chime card of hers slip out, and that's what made him think of his room key. And I guess about the same time, he heard someone trying to get in the door, and and he claims that at that point Miss Griner armed herself with a pocket knife. And so he thought that he was being robbed. So he grabbed Miss Griner by her throat while this man came in the room, which he said was her boyfriend. And he claims that he disarmed Miss Griner while this man is in the room, and he stabs that man, and that man runs off, and then he turns his attention towards Miss Griner, still holding her by her throat. And that's what he claimed.
Was he able to explain how Miss Griner would have gotten his hotel room key to this man if she's in the room with him the whole time?
Not very clearly. He said that she left at one point and must have given it to him then, that he was waiting, he must have been out there. But he kept saying that he flashed out during the interview as well and couldn't really provide a lot of detail on how a lot of these things would have transpired.
Did you eventually identify a potential boyfriend of Miss Griner as Anthony McCutcheon?
We did. Yes,
okay. Did you follow up with him?
We did. So we originally got him. We were able to locate Miss Griner Skip the Games account and saw the profile, pictures and videos on there. And that's from the missing persons report that we originally got from Valdosta. Anthony McCutcheon was mentioned in it, and so we had already identified him through that as the same person in there. Mr. Young told us that he saw the videos of her and her boyfriend and that this was the same person. So that's how we identified him as Anthony McCutcheon, and he was willing to speak to us over the phone. He was in Valdosta, but he talked to us over the phone and said that he was willing to cooperate with our investigation. So after we spoke with Mr. Young, we went and saw Mr. McCutcheon in Valdosta. He did a recorded interview with us. He said that he never went to Tallahassee. He begged her not to go, that had he come to Tallahassee with her, things would not have turned out the way they did. Voluntarily let us get a sample of his DNA to test against any DNA we had. He also let us photograph him for any stab marks, which we couldn't find none. And then we also followed up by obtaining his cell phone records, which was location data of his cell phone for the night in question, as well as text and call records. When we interpreted that data, he would say that he was in Valdosta the entire night. There was no evidence suggesting that he had come to Tallahassee.
So throughout the course of this investigation, there was no evidence that pointed to Mr. McCutcheon ever coming to Tallahassee?
That's correct.
No stab wounds consistent with the defendant's story?
Correct.
Any evidence that pointed to Miss Griner ever arriving in Tallahassee with anyone?
No. And like the video showed, it looked like she was alone in that car, and we never saw her with anyone else during the time we saw her.
Directing your attention back to that interview, you said it is a fair and accurate representation of the interview that was conducted?
Yes, sir.
Your Honor, at this time the state moves to introduce State's Exhibit 18.
Any objection?
No objection.
Entered as States 18.
Mission published, Your Honor.
Granted.
It sounds like you're doing the right thing, then that's all I'm gonna get into. Before I'm obviously gonna have some questions for you. Before I get into them, I do have to evaluate your rights, okay? If you have any questions about them, just stop me and we'll go, okay? So you do have the right to remain silent. So if anything you say can or use against your court of law. You have the right to talk to a lawyer at this time and have the lawyer present with you during questioning. If you're not going to hire a lawyer, we'll be warned for you for any questioning if you wish. Please take any time to exercise these rights, not answer any questions or make any statements. You understand those? Yes, sir. Okay. Well, why don't you kind of take me through what happened, what led us here? Well, we're going to not yet. Or what? From before that. Before the mom? Yeah. See, what I'm saying? Before the mom. What they put something with the girl? Yeah. Doesn't follow situation. Basically, it was stuff. I was feeling mad. It was more than that involved. And I had a motherfucking bit. And I poked motherfucking dude on look at that. I poked his ass. You poked him? Yeah. Fuck yeah. Move. Where was that? At the motel. Which one? Which one? At the Casa Bella. Okay. I took him back to 1985. Okay. How long have you been staying there? I stayed a couple days a weekend. Okay. You know what I'm saying? Yeah. I got rid of the body. I took the body out of him. Okay. But I did all that shit, bro. They didn't help me. They helped me get rid of shit. They helped me. They helped me to clean the car. Hamlin? Mary Barry. Well, you ever found that money? Hammer? Okay. He helped me clean that car. Okay. Try to clean the car. All right. Well, take me back. I mean, I know they helped you clean it out. Which body are we talking about? We talking about the white girl, man, with the dog and that head blood out. I ain't know it was weed on my head, man. Yeah. Yeah, man. So how did you get in touch with her? Man, I skip the gang. Okay. Skip the gang. You found her on skip the gangs? Yeah. You reached out to her. How long ago was that you started talking to her? Shit, I met her that night, you know, they go from Valdosta to Georgia. Yeah. Yeah. Who's that? Was she with somebody else? The dude was hot. It was in the car. I ain't no dude in the car. Yeah. I ain't know. You didn't know? Yeah, no, yeah. I got some old morning, man. Drag plus the hell. Yeah. Little around on her, I ain't know the roof. He didn't speed up. Yeah. Yeah, I ain't know none of that. You know, man. Okay. But at the same time, I felt so far back. So when I turned, you react. I see the dude. I popped her head. You popped it? I popped her head, bro. Still fucking with, I ain't fooled. She would call, she had I got the knife. I got one more. She still have her but she probably have a little. But she had a knife. I want to go forward. She had a knife? Yeah, she had a knife. Where was the knife? Okay. I don't know that. Okay. Where was the knife? She put it back inside the black bag. I don't find the bag out. There was some black bag out. Inside the pocket inside that big one. She come in. You know what I mean? She got that big. So she got that big. I grabbed her head and I grabbed her head like this, you know? And I was trying to bite his ass off. You feel me? So I stole one down like that, and I'm back to stole one. And I hit him. Yeah. And then he stood up out of him. Okay. And shit, I was struggling, man. I ain't know the girl. Hey, I swear to God, man, I had to say I ain't know the nigga. Yeah. I tried to CPR and everything. Blood started pouring on. So I was down. Okay. What did this guy look like? Tell me about him. If y'all find a phone, I don't know what phone that I ain't have a phone, but it's video with the phone. They got, you know, they still the videos in a phone, and that's the dude in that phone. What did he look like? Just
But his side, big beard, fade. A big beard? Country motherfucker. See, a big built. See a white girl? Nah. She doesn't go down me. She can't treat me. Okay. Shit. Yeah. But at the same time, like, it was fucked up. I should have called emergency assistance, some shit like that, but I ain't gonna lie, I got the van from the tripod. Which house? From right there from my colleague, I don't know from the local colleague, I'm Garfield. Right at the bottom, the doorway, tripod. That's what I'm trying to say. I got the van from over there in the suitcase. I use suitcase for my stuff. You use a suitcase for your stuff? Yeah. But the van came from there? Yeah, the van came in, so they got the tripod. Okay. What about the clothes? The clothes came off that same tripod. Okay. So they weren't your clothes? Man, stop being that ball. Shit, that's what I'm trying to figure out. Man, it came off that tripod. Were they inside? Like where? No, it should have still beside the road. The man, I guess he was cleaning out, see, he had clothes, all kind of headphones, all kind of shit, just piled, you pile the trash on the side of your yard in the front, when people somebody pick it up, you know, and all that shit came in the tripod. You feel me? I had put in that folder, put in that bin, and stuff full of something. It was hard, and then you motherfuckers, boy, they ain't bragging, they ain't talking about some more, I'm just being real with y'all, you know what I'm saying? I see, I put it in that truck, the other truck. I went to the fucking drove. Oh, when I couldn't think, I don't even know, my mind was blank. Really, I was really just riding. Yeah. You feel me? My mind was blank. So I really just riding, so I stopped at the pass store. Not the first one, but you know, you got the first one, then you got another one. Yeah. And got a blue raspberry, 4 Loko. A blue raspberry, 4 Loko. And a pack of Humphrey, pack of 5 gas stations. I just drove. Yeah. Drinking this morning. Drinking this morning. That shit. I was riding down, when I got on Mississippi. I don't even know, maybe I was just riding, and I turned across the chill. I turned, when you said that one shot told that turned me straight across. You said, I don't Mississippi. Yeah. You know, I'm just riding, you feel me? So now, like, damn, shit, I got you riding back before I'm tripping. Dirt road. Which dirt road? Shit, it's a dirt road. Like when you pass, and when you want on the hill. I used to live on that all lane. Yeah. When you pass that all lane, it will be a dirt road right on your right hand side. Right. It's 2 of them, but one of them you can't for bad to see. Okay. And the other was the dirt road was the white dirt. Yeah. So I turned out and did. No, went on. I had to keep going all the way down, all the way down. Yeah. So I see I was looking for a soft spot, you know, the grass tall. So I'm looking for a soft spot there. So I backed the car in there. And I left the net up. What else? Gotcha. Okay. Well, I want to take you back to meeting her. You said you first started talking with her that night? On Skip the Game? On Skip the Game. How do y'all talk on Skip the Game? You go on the app, it's a website, so you go on the website, see, then you say, like, what city you in, you say, you in Florida, and you go tags, and you stroll. Okay. It's just like going back on, and then you get the truth, you know what? You got people, you got pregnant girls on there. Yeah. You got mom, milk, like, you know, like lonely housewives, you know what I'm saying? Sure. Okay. So you found her, and then how did y'all communicate through the app though? Like on the app? You say, you get the option. Some Well, the majority, 90% of 97% of, say, see the phone number. Like, cause you like, when you print your page, you put your phone number on there, but unless you put it in your bio, your bio, you gotta, but say see phone number, so you click it, then you gotta do this little, what's it called, fill out yourself. That's like to make sure you ain't a robot or some shit. Oh, yeah. So you gotta like, take all the pictures with the fire hydrant and some shit like that. Yeah. And then you get everybody verified, then you see the phone number. Got it. Then you get the phone number, you can text them, call them, video chat, you know what I'm saying? What did you do in this case? Did you do? Shit, I called. Called? Okay. We chat up. The dude, I don't know, man. It's like a war crash, like sometimes shit, I don't know what the fuck you got going on. Okay. Well, tell me about the conversation when you did talk to her on the phone. How did that go? Good. Yeah. What? Yeah. Talking with you. Yeah. Good Lord. Okay. And she came, and she got down so goddamn, woo. Yeah. Man, that goddamn song. She ain't disappointed. You're like, man, that girl's so fucking like that damn boy. I'm like, goddamn, look like that. I got something I can't get to. That girl mean. So when she got that, do you remember what time she got there? Like, what time were y'all talking? We started talking about that, I say about between 6:40 and 7 p.m., but she didn't get to me till like about 10:40, 10:42. Okay. Well, she was in Tallahassee, but then she was down in the parking lot, over from the hotel, putting on highlights and make all that shit. I said, how do you know she was down? Because that was she called me. She called you. She said she'd get her. She let me know that she'll call me every night like, oh, I'm this far out, or I'm in Monticello, or I'm right here, I'm just in the parking lot, putting my lashes and makeup on. I was like, what? You know that? So, and then she was like, she went from there to the store. It's a certain thing across the street, so over there. She got some blunts and shit. She had 8 more. And she do all the thing, all the logo and where she got that from? She came with this. She came with this. I don't know that. When, at what point, so did you see her before she went to the circle cut? Nah. She just told me that's where she went. Okay. And she brought some blunts. She brought some. That's on the journey. Okay. Alright, so then she comes to your room, and that was what number again, you said? 335. Okay. Yes, sir. Did you invite any guys over for that? Who? To see her? I chill with those, man. Okay. I chill with female. I got it. So it's just you and her in the room? Yeah. Alright. Don't do no threesome trains, no. It's more women involved. I got you. I'm trying to find you on them. Alright. So just the two of y'all, and then, nah, see, this first when she came in, right? She had this pole. It's like, you got to put it all this shit. This shit was bad. So I got there, what you doing here? Oh, the fuck? So she said, oh, I'm gonna do this, do that, third. And we went to see, I was getting my blood, getting my drink. She pulled a bone and said, did she hit the bone? I set the pole up. I was at the pole, I was attached to the pink, man, that shit is so fucking sick. I was talking about that big little pie, pink bunny, look, man, that shit be fucked up. So then she was like, I was really bad. I forgot something, so I scared her back up. I'm talking about some shit, man, she got some lubricant, man. This shit's in that water, man. I ain't gonna lie to you. Man, Jesus Christ. And she had a whole bunch of this shit, like she had all these toys and improved. I told her, man, I don't do it. It ain't no different. Yeah. That shit comes to you, it ain't no different, man. That's man. Nah, man, I'm right straight, man. Yeah. Yeah, so she like, well, I just put the plug in to do it. That's my thing. Yeah. Nah, so I ain't peeped until, what made me know like he would go. She told me to sit back to the pole. So I sit back to the pole, but I looked, and I couldn't figure out what time. So this but I couldn't figure out time to get up the goddamn pole. She gonna sit down on the goddamn pole. I was all you know that. She was on the phone. You said, oh, she told me, she said, she got to put you back to her. I went back to the pole. She just come on down. Like, girl, me with the pole now. So it was something she did. It was something. Her bag fell over. And a time card. Yeah, you know the white and green card? Said it got, I was like, damn, my key missing. So what key is? I was leaving the door. I was got going on, man. You did? Yeah. I'm there. I'm let me pick this up. So I did it now. I'm like, okay. Everybody did won't have me. I'm going to that this bitch. Y'all trying like that? That's your fault. Yeah. I didn't stab each other, so. First thing, I just got it. I fucked up. I fucked up. Well, I did something. Tell me about the knife. Where was the knife? The knife was in that bag. I ain't know what the fuck she was running out that bag in first man. It's like, look, the blade I got on. But when I tell you that motherfucker strong, man. That motherfucker strong. You feel me? She was grabbing it up the bag? Man, that girl was just stuck her hand in the bag. She did so fast. I didn't know what she was doing. But she did it, come up top. Oh shit, what the fuck? Was this after you had confronted her about the rib key? Nah, man, it's when the motherfucker, I see my motherfucker door handle, and I pop her head. Thumbs when I pop her head, I turn around, the front door come through the door. But then she got up, she got up, and she ran it back. I don't know if it was a gun, I don't got nothing. You feel what I'm saying? And she came up with a blade, so this nigga, he come in the door. I didn't grab him, you know what I'm saying? At the same time, trying to see the motherfucker with the goddamn, what the fuck is that? And man, I had fucked on, I had one can't fight her, so. And she, I apologize. I hear her ass, but when I came out, I had to hear her ass. Let me see, I grabbed on my brother. With that hand, with your left hand? This one? I'm flashed out. Do or die. You feel me? I ain't no real dead. Oh God, I'm tell me. Where were you in the room when you grabbed her? It's 2 beds. Yeah, it's 2 beds. Okay, you got the drugstore. You know, that time stuff. Yeah. We moved the beds. To put pole in the cellar. Okay. If you want to make off the bed. Yeah. We in this cellar. When he came in the door, when I grabbed her, fuck him. When I grabbed her, we did pole here, and I died her. Like I had her. I was like, yeah, I want to let her go. I know hit bull for her, but I flashed out. I wanted him to. Was she standing up? In the rain. Yeah. Yeah, fuck me in the rain. So I wanted him. Okay. But, yeah, she was standing up. She couldn't go to the world, bro. I listen. When I grabbed her, bro. And like I said, I'm not bragging. I'm just telling the truth. I want y'all to let my people know. Okay. And you motherfuckers, they did fuck up. We gonna get them. But anyway, when I had them, bro. Like, real shit, I had them. And then when I throw it out, like, I'm happy. And then I put my dick on, you know what I'm saying? I ain't no real man. Yeah. I'm talking to her. So she went down. Was that on the bed? I put her head down. Yeah. Was that on the bed? That other type shit. I got you. You feel me? Yeah. Yeah. Was that on the bed? Right on the corner of the bed. Did she fall to the floor? My dog, man, you good for me. This side of the room, she keep the damn thing. The dresser and everything things, she broke that handle. Okay. She keep the refrigerator. She keep the microwave. She keep the phone down, and she knocked the phone down. Like, she was trying to be good, she was fighting though. She put up a struggle. Yeah. But I didn't flash out. So basically, when she slept, I don't feel it. I didn't feel it. But I ain't feel no. All I see was fighting. Until I wanted to be no before stuff about my flash out. When I was drinking and still out. Yeah. See, I was paying for it.
Well, what's the next thing you do remember?
I remember everything. Shit, about text.
When you say you flashed out, did she end up on the ground?
Man, I won't know.
Like at what point did you let go of her?
When I realized she was dead. I'm talking to her. Her eyes. That would give her her eyes, bro.
Okay.
Her eyes were like this, you know. Okay. And it was just like, it just good. I'm looking on the bitch. Bitch, I know you ain't dead, bitch. I talking on my chin. Give him CPR.
This was on the ground?
Nah, it's on the bed. It's on the bed, bro. I started in the tub for cold water and all.
You moved her to the tub?
Yeah, I picked up, put the tub like cold water.
Yeah. But it didn't help? No. Okay.
I know, I sure I could have called motherfucker here. I'm not thinking. I'm just telling the truth, bro. I know that's today, one more for you. I know that's today, it's still, what's the fuck, truth? You feel what I'm saying, bro? Like,
The rest of your conversation, I think there was another like 40 minutes of video there. Pretty consistent with what we've seen thus far.
Yes, sir.
Do you ask him to walk you back through this story?
I did, yeah.
Okay. Does he eventually agree that there was sex between them?
Yes, sir, he does.
Because in the story we heard, he doesn't explain where the sex fits in with this alleged attempted robbery.
Correct.
Was that another inconsistency that didn't add up?
Yes, sir, it was.
Because it sounded like from the video there, he's describing her being on the pole when he notices his key missing,
right,
and this attempted robbery happening.
Right.
At no point in there does he mention the sexual acts that have been performed?
Not until we went back and directly asked him about it.
Okay. Couldn't exactly explain where that took place in this alleged robbery?
Correct.
Yeah. Okay. Did he mention during the course of the interview, how many room keys he had?
I believe he said he only had one.
Okay. And this one had been allegedly taken from him?
Correct.
Are you aware of where a hotel room key was located in this case?
I can't remember where we located it. Right.
Would seeing it again help refresh your recollection?
Yes, sir, probably so.
So you state Exhibit 8. During the course of this investigation, was a search warrant executed on the Silver Ford Edge?
It was, yes.
Is that where Stacy Exhibit 8 was located?
Yes, sir. That's where we located the room key.
Was that also inconsistent with his story?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Because if the key's been stolen and he's got her car, how does the hotel room key end up in the car?
Correct.
And the he being this mysterious third person?
Right.
Did it also seem incredible that he's describing fighting off two people, one with a knife?
I'm going to object leading and credibilities for the jury to determine.
Sustained.
Did you ask follow-up questions based on his story of fighting off two people, one armed with a knife?
I did ask follow-up questions, and his story seemed to change in detail from time to time.
Did the defendant also, at the end of the interview, write a sworn written statement?
He did, yes, sir.
Would you recognize that statement if I showed it to you here?
Yes, sir.
yeah, I've seen it.
Show me what's been pre-marked as State's Exhibit 19. The State's Exhibit 19 a fair and accurate copy, or is it the, strike that, is it the sworn written statement that the defendant, Devhon Young Sr., wrote in the interview?
Yes, sir.
Has it been materially altered in any way?
No, sir.
Your Honor, this time State moves to infuse the evidence State to the next.
No objection.
Entered as States 19.
Commissioner Publishing.
Granted.
So in the sworn statement, he's making mention of other people helping him clean it.
Yes, sir.
Hammer and Robin Shea also riding in the car.
Yes, sir. That's what
So he's making mention that he is seeking assistance in cleaning out evidence in the state.
Yes, sir.
Following alleged self-defense.
Alleged. Yes, sir.
So he's getting rid of evidence.
Yes, sir.
After what he told you reported lawful self-defense.
That's what he claims. Yes, sir.
Directing to the back of States 19. He's saying other people should be charged with helping him commit a crime.
Yes, sir. That was his claims, that they should be charged with aiding and abetting.
He admits that he's hiding from the marshals.
Yeah, that he camped out at one of their houses for a night, and that they should be held liable for that as well.
And he wanted to write this statement for you.
Correct. Yes, sir.
He's admitting to committing a crime.
Yes, sir.
He's admitting to trying to cover up said crime.
Yes, sir.
He's come off his ankle monitor to hide from being detected by law enforcement.
Yes, sir.
So after this alleged self-defense, he still didn't want to be found. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Law enforcement had to go and find him.
Correct.
Nothing further.
Any cross-examination?
Brief. Good afternoon, sir.
Afternoon.
My name is Dave Collins. I represent Mr. Young. And I want to talk about something I think you'll remember. On the video, it appeared that when the young lady goes into the hotel or is going up the steps, we see her. She's carrying a pole.
Yes, sir.
And some other things. And that was somewhere close to 10 o'clock, 10:15.
Yes, sir.
And then after about 2 hours, we see her leave with a bag and a pole.
Yes, sir.
And then from what I'm gathering is, according to the defendant, she comes back at a later time. Is that true?
Yes, sir.
Do you have any other evidence that supports, other than what he said, that she came back after she had come, spent 2 hours, and left, other than what the defendant told you?
No, sir.
Okay. Do you have any evidence to substantiate why she would come back to the hotel room after she spent 2 hours in there and then left? And we know she left with all of her luggage and her pole. Do you have any independent evidence other than what the defendant told you of why she would go back?
When we spoke to Anthony McCutcheon,
Okay.
he told us that there was a phone call that she placed to him saying that the man she visited would not pay her. So I would speculate that she returned to collect payment.
So she would, according to she returned all by herself after she's already left, spent 2 hours with him. And he's a substantial size young man on the video. He's bigger than me.
Yes, sir.
And she's a very petite, small woman.
Yes, sir.
Who's a prostitute. and she just decides by herself, according to what you've said, to return to the room to make him pay her after she's already spent 2 hours with him. Is that the theory?
Yes, sir.
Okay. When Mr. Young described the person whom he said he stabbed, didn't he describe him having a big beard?
Yes, sir.
Did you ever show him or confront him with pictures of Mr. McCutcheon?
No, sir, we didn't.
Okay. So isn't it totally possible that the person he stabbed was someone other than Mr. McCutcheon, since we know Mr. McCutcheon never went there that evening? Isn't that true?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Did you ever examine the hotel room, the sheets, the beds, anything to see if there are any blood traces anywhere?
Yes, sir. We executed a search warrant on the hotel room.
Okay. Were you able to exclude the possibility of a stabbing based on that?
We didn't find any evidence of blood in the room or on the walkway outside of the door.
Well, the truth is somebody can get stabbed and before they're bleeding they can leave. It could be just soaked into their clothes. Isn't that true?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Were you ever able to find a pocket knife or any type of knife?
No, sir.
No further questions.
Any redirect?
Yes, Your Honor. Did the defendant in his interview mention how much money he was supposed to pay Ms. Griner?
He did. I can't remember the total amount. I believe it was $700.
So approximately $700?
Yes, sir.
Okay. During the course of that, the strangling in the video, did we hear the defendant, Devhon Young Sr., describe Ms. Griner's struggle and kick things in the room?
Yes, sir. He said that she broke things in the hotel room, knocked the phone off the nightstand, and in his words, clearly put up a struggle.
So he saw Ms. Griner fighting for her life, and he continued to choke her?
Yes, sir.
Did he ever mention during the course of your investigation paying Ms. Griner?
No, sir.
The person that the defendant described, is that consistent with Mr. McCutcheon since you've spoken with Mr. McCutcheon?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And to be clear, the photos and videos on her phone were Mr. McCutcheon, her boyfriend?
Yes, sir.
Okay. So he would have observed those things already?
Yes, sir.
So all the details, the beard, his physical description was of Mr. McCutcheon?
Yes, sir.
Things he could have observed on her phone?
Yes, sir.
Things he got rid of?
Your Honor, I'm going to object leading speculation.
Sustained.
The defendant described getting rid of evidence, didn't he?
Yes, sir, he did.
Would such evidence have included Ms. Griner's phone?
Yes, sir. He admitted during the interview that after dumping her body, he threw bags out on Mexico Road. One of them was never found by law enforcement, so yes, he admitted to getting rid of evidence.
Is Ms. Griner, we saw her arrive into Tallahassee. Do we ever see her leaving in her Ford Edge?
No, sir.
Who's the next person we see operating that silver Ford Edge?
The defendant, Mr. Young.
Does that include a trip to Panama City?
Yes, sir.
And then coming back to Tallahassee on the 25th?
Yes, sir.
Does that include ditching the vehicle at 1417 Colorado Street?
Yes, sir.
And then cutting off his ankle monitor?
Yes, sir.
And then having to be found on the 28th?
Yes, sir.
All this after purported self-defense?
Yes, sir.
Nothing further.
Judge, just very brief, based on that redirect that you may allow me.
I'll allow it.
Sir, the state just suggested that Mr. Young could have gotten the identity and physical description of Mr. McCutcheon by viewing him on the victim's cell phone. Isn't that true?
Yes, sir.
Were you ever able to recover the cell phone?
No, sir, not the physical phone.
Okay. Do you even know what kind of phone it was?
I believe we did learn what kind it was, but I can't remember off the top of my head what it
Okay.
exactly.
But you certainly have no evidence to support the state's contention that he used the phone to make an identification of Mr. McCutcheon and then describe him. You have no evidence of that, do you?
We never obtained the physical phone. We did view her Skip the Games profile that had photographs and videos.
But the question is, do you have any evidence of the defendant specifically looking at Mr. McCutcheon in order to get a description of him to use later in his statement?
No, sir.
Okay. And wouldn't it make no sense at all for him, if he knew the description of the person, to say that he stabbed him? Because he would know whether or not that's true or not.
Would it? Can you rephrase it?
Would it make any sense to describe someone that you didn't stab and say you stabbed him? I know. Who knows?
In certain circumstances, I think it can make sense to claim this. Yes, sir.
Does it make sense for him to give you the complete statement that he gave you about this fight if it wasn't true?
I think he has reasons to lie, if that's what you're asking.
I'm not saying he doesn't. But for certain, we don't know who went back the second time for sure.
For sure, absolutely not. Yes.
Okay. All right. Because we see her enter and leave. We never see her go back.
Yes, sir. That's correct.
Thank you.
Very briefly, based on his questions only.
Detective Howard, in that video we just watched, do we not see the defendant describing observing videos on her profile or her Skip the Games profile?
He talked about seeing photographs and videos, yes.
In those photographs and videos, is Mr. McCutcheon in those photographs and videos?
We obtained videos and pictures from Skip the Games and her Google account consistent with what he said he saw.
And is Mr. McCutcheon in those photos and videos?
Yes, sir.
So he would have had an opportunity to observe Mr. McCutcheon?
Yes, sir.
Nothing further.
Okay. Does this witness need to be retained?
Yes, we'd ask to retain.
All right. If you can please stay, you're still under subpoena.
Okay, thank you.
If you can step down. State, you may call your next witness.
State calls analyst Tristan Peterman.
Adrian, what is she doing?
That's Sexual Fedina.
Oh, okay.
Peterman, if you could just pause right there and raise your right hand, the clerk's going to swear you in.
Do you solemnly swear or affirm that the testimony you shall give shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? I do.
All right, thank you. You can have a seat. Please pull yourself up close to the microphone and speak clearly for us. State your may inquire.
Good afternoon.
Oh, so sorry.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
Could you please introduce yourself to us and spell your last name for court reporter?
Yeah, my name is Tristan Peterman. Peterman is spelled Peterman.
Ms. Peterman, where are you currently employed?
I work with the Florida Department of Law Enforcement in the biology section of the crime lab.
And what are your duties there in the crime lab?
I'm a crime laboratory analyst, and my duties include examining items of evidence for the possible presence of biological materials. I perform DNA testing and develop DNA profiles. I then make any comparisons to any reference standards that have been submitted to me. I will make my interpretations and calculate statistics and then write reports and testify when needed.
Okay. Do your duties include viewing DNA evidence?
Sorry, I didn't catch all of that.
Do your duties include reviewing DNA evidence?
Reviewing, yes.
Okay, and what is DNA?
DNA stands for deoxyribonucleic acid. It is found in almost every cell of the human body, and it contains the genetic blueprints required to make you, you. It has information to give you 2 eyes and 2 arms, but it also has the information that makes you specifically you. You inherit half of your DNA from your biological mother and half from your biological father. And everyone has a unique DNA profile with the exception of identical twins.
Okay. When you receive a piece of evidence at the crime lab and you're asked to examine whether or not DNA is present on it, how does that process go?
So there are typically 2 types of evidence. I either receive the item itself or I receive a swab that someone else has taken of that item. So in this case, I received swabs as well as a piece of clothing, sweatpants. And so I begin that testing. I look at one item at a time. I will take a sample. If it's a swab, I take a cutting of that cotton portion of the swab. Or if it is an item itself, like the sweatpants, I take a cutting of particular stains of interest, and I place that cutting in a uniquely labeled tube, which has the case number and that specific sample number, and then I would perform my DNA testing, and I can explain that process if you'd like.
Yes, if you would, please explain that process.
Yeah, so after everything, I've collected all of my samples and everything's in the uniquely labeled tubes, I perform what's known as an extraction. This is where I add heat and chemicals to help break open the cells and separate out the DNA so it's available for testing. After that, it goes through a quantitation step, and this tells me roughly how much DNA is present. And if I do have enough DNA to continue testing, I will then amplify the sample. And this is simply making millions of copies, kind of like a Xerox machine, of the specific areas of the DNA I'm interested in. And then it goes through one last step, through a genetic analyzer, which is an instrument that produces a DNA profile, which is what I'm looking at the end of the process. It shows up like peaks on a graph, and then I've been trained of how to interpret those DNA profiles, and I'll make any comparisons to the evidence that is submitted from the crime scene to compare it to any known reference standards that are submitted.
Okay, I want to talk a little bit about your training. What sort of training do you have to undergo to do this work?
So I have a bachelor's in science degree in biology, and I've also undergone the in-house FDLE, or Florida Department of Law Enforcement, training program specific to DNA analysis, and that took over a year. I completed all of the written, oral, and hands-on assessments, as well as all of my proficiency testing that has been required of me after I finished my training.
Are you required to undergo continuing education?
Yes, we complete 16 hours of continuing education each year.
And is your work peer reviewed before you're allowed to do independent casework?
Yes, so part of my training included working a period of supervised casework. So I worked hand in hand with a qualified analyst and practiced making decisions of how to process the evidence and interpret the DNA profiles. So I worked with several different analysts in my laboratory, and once I completed that supervised casework, I completed a competency test, which was a mock case and that I worked start to finish and made the decisions at all points. And I passed that competency test. And then after I was released to do casework independently and write my own reports, all of our cases undergo 2 different reviews from other qualified analysts before the case is released.
Okay. And that's the case in this case as well?
Yes.
Have you previously been afforded the opportunity to offer your opinion in the area of forensic biology?
Yes, I have.
Approximately how many times?
Twice.
Okay. And is that here in the state of Florida?
Yes, they both were.
Your Honor, the state tenders Ms. Peterman in the area of forensic biology.
I have no questions and no objection.
All right, may proceed.
Permission to retrieve evidence, Your Honor?
Yes.
Gentlemen, I'm handing you what's been admitted into evidence in State Exhibit 3 and State Exhibit 5, I believe. You recognize those exhibits?
Yes, I do.
What's State's Exhibit 3?
State's Exhibit 3 is a sexual assault kit that was collected from Miss Tanya Griner that was submitted to the lab that I worked.
And how do you recognize that you worked it?
So the yellow label you see right here contains the FDLE case number and the unique item number. I also have my date and initials and my seals.
Directing your attention to State's Exhibit 5. What is State's Exhibit 5?
State's Exhibit 5 are buccal swabs from Devhon Young. And a buccal swab is that reference standard I mentioned earlier. It is a cotton swab that's taken typically from the inside of someone's cheek to collect skin cells and saliva that I use as a reference standard.
Okay, is that useful for using a known standard to compare to see if it's present in a piece of evidence?
Yes.
Such as Exhibit 3?
Yes.
All right. Were you able to get results from State's Exhibit 3, the sexual assault kit, from Miss Tanya Griner?
Yes, I was.
All right, let's start with the vaginal swabs. What were your results there?
My DNA results or just general testing?
Your DNA results.
Okay. So from the vaginal swabs from Tanya Griner, I obtained a DNA profile that demonstrated the presence of a mixture consistent with 2 donors, including at least 1 male contributor. Ms. Tanya Griner is expected to be a donor to this item since the sample was taken from her body and her DNA types were observed in the mixture. I was able to make comparisons of this mixture to Mr. Young's DNA profile, and I determined that Devhon Young is included as a possible contributor to this mixture. The observed DNA mixture is greater than 700 billion times more likely to occur if the sample originated from Miss Griffin and Mr. Young than if it originated from Miss Griner and an unrelated individual. And I do apologize if I mix up Miss Tanya's last name. At the time the evidence was submitted to me, I was told her last name was Griffin. I've since been told it's Griner, so I do apologize if I messed that up.
So Mr. Young included on her vaginal swabs?
Yes.
Okay, let's move on to the cervical swabs. What were your results there?
I obtained a mixture consistent with 2 donors, including at least 1 male contributor. Again, Ms. Griner is expected to be a donor to this item, and her DNA types were observed in the mixture. I was able to include Mr. Young as a possible contributor to this mixed DNA profile. The observed mixture is greater than 700 billion times more likely to occur if the sample originated from Ms. Griner and Mr. Young than if it originated from Ms. Griner and an unrelated individual.
So on the cervical swabs, the defendant is observed on those as well, or is included?
He's included as a possible contributor, yes.
Okay. Let's move on to the external genital swabs. What were your results there?
I obtained a mixture consistent with 2 donors, including at least 1 male contributor. Again, Ms. Griner is expected to be a donor, and her DNA types were present. Other limited data, which was not interpretable, was also observed in this sample and may suggest the possibility of an additional contributor to this mixture. I was able to include Mr. Young as a possible contributor to this mixture, and the observed DNA profile is greater than 700 billion times more likely to occur if the sample originated from Ms. Griner and Mr. Young than if it were to originate from Ms. Griner and an unrelated individual.
Moving to the rectal swabs, what were your results there?
On the rectal swabs from Ms. Griner, I was able to obtain a mixture consistent with 2 donors. Again, Ms. Griner is expected to be a donor, and her DNA types were observed. I was able to include Mr. Young as a possible contributor to the mixed DNA profile. And this particular mixture is approximately 5.6 billion times more likely to occur if the sample originated from Ms. Griner and Mr. Young than if it had originated from Ms. Griner and an unrelated random individual.
Okay, so if I'm understanding you correctly, on the vaginal swabs, cervical swabs, external genital swabs, and the rectal swabs, the defendant Devhon Young Sr. is included in all of those profiles.
Yes, he is.
Would that be consistent with sexual intercourse?
Yes, that's a possible explanation for why his DNA would be included.
No further questions at this time.
Any cross-examination?
Just one, Judge, if I may ask it from here, and sexual intercourse would be consistent with what prostitutes do. Isn't that true?
With my general understanding, yes.
Thank you.
Any redirect?
No, Your Honor.
Does this witness need to be retained?
She may be released.
All right, ma'am, you can step down. You're free to go. Thank you.
Maybe go to sidebar, Your Honor?
Yes.
Rescind the witnesses.
Everybody need a break for the day?
Yeah, and I'd suggest if Your Honor's willing to work on the jury instructions.
Okay. Is that good with you? I'll release the jury. I'll have them come back at 8:30 tomorrow for a 9 a.m. start. Yes, sir. We'll start working on the jury.
I'll get here about 8:45.
Yeah, that's fine.
Okay, thanks.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, you have a question? Well, I'm getting ready to release you off for the day because we have some witnesses that are not coming until tomorrow, so we are done for this afternoon. If you could just please be back at 8:30 in the morning for a 9 a.m. start time like we did this morning. I'd just like to give a little time for you to make sure you get here and get situated. Please do not discuss anything that you've heard so far and do not do any research on the case. And go ahead and leave your notes on your chair. We will give them back to you tomorrow. Thank you. You may be seated. So do you both have a copy of the proposed jury instructions?
Yes, Your Honor.
Let's go ahead and just go page by page with them.
Sure.
So we'll start with first page. We have the introduction, statement of charge, and introduction of homicide. Any changes to that page?
No, Your Honor.
Page 2 continues with justifiable homicide and excusable homicide. Any changes to page 2?
No, Your Honor.
No, Your Honor.
On page 3, we start with count 1, first-degree murder, and go into some of the definitions. Anything that needs to be changed on that page?
No, Your Honor.
No, Your Honor.
That continues on to the second page. We'll stop. Is there any changes before we get to felony first-degree murder?
None that I see, Your Honor.
No, Your Honor.
All right. So now we have the option of felony first-degree murder. Is the state asking for that to be included?
No, Your Honor.
I would agree.
All right, so we will strike out felony first-degree murder and then move on to when there are lessers included. And we have the first one, which is second-degree murder. It goes on to page 6. And at the very top of page 7, are there any changes to the second-degree murder instruction?
No, Your Honor.
Back to page 5, Your Honor.
Okay.
In the paragraph for when there are lesser included crimes or attempts, I think I have the most up-to-date version. Lesser crimes indicated in the definition of, oh, no, that's correct.
Did you think it was missing something?
I did. I don't think it is, Your Honor.
I'll just pull it up just to make sure.
We're fine to page 7, Your Honor.
You sure?
Yes, sir.
Okay. All right, so we're up to page 7, which is the lesser included of manslaughter, which continues on to page 8, about halfway. Are there any changes to that?
No, Judge.
No, Your Honor.
Next, we have justifiable use of deadly force. Are there any changes to that?
No, Judge.
No, Your Honor.
That goes through page 9. That brings us to the top of page 10. This is just the standard definition for plea of not guilty, reasonable doubt, and burden of proof. Any changes to that paragraph, that section?
No, Your Honor.
All right. For weighing the evidence, I believe we can get rid of some of these.
Judge, I only think the first 5 apply, but I could be wrong.
I agree. However, we still don't know if the defendant will appear.
Well, that's true. But we still have to wait on that. But given where we're at, what the history's been.
All right. So I will, for now, we'll circle 6 through 10 as potentially being removed, depending on if he makes himself available tomorrow.
Right.
All right, so that brings us to page 11. Again, the defendant not testifying, defendant testifying, we'll leave them both in for now, but we'll take out whichever one is appropriate.
Right.
We'll leave in defendant statements. Then we move to rules for deliberation.
I think the only thing we got to take out is on page 15, single defendant, multiple counts.
Agreed.
That's it. And that's it. The rest is all good.
There's always one section, I just got to find it, where if the jury is allowed to ask questions, there is a statement about that.
I think it's generally under rules for deliberation.
Okay.
And I was looking for that as well, Your Honor.
Maybe it's already taken out. Okay. So that would bring us to cautionary instruction, verdict on page 14. Any issues with those?
No, Judge.
Any issues with page 15 going on to page 16?
None.
No, Your Honor.
Okay. So we'll make those changes and we'll be ready tomorrow to either have a discussion about 6 through 10 if we feel that they need to be removed, or if Mr. Young does appear.
Yes.
Depending on what happens, we can decide what needs to be left in.
And Your Honor, that begs a question. How many times do we ask him if he wants to attend or not?
I mean, I think I want to give him a chance. I don't know if we have to go through everything that we went through.
Sure. No, I get it.
As far as bringing him to a Zoom booth and all of that, but I do want the deputies to at least provide him the opportunity, especially since tomorrow will be when you would have a chance to present your case.
I think that's a good idea.
There's also a verdict form. I don't think that we need anything about firearms.
No.
So just take all of that out.
Yep.
Yes, sir.
Okay.
And I think add manslaughter on there. I don't know if they had manslaughter on there.
Yes, there is A, B, and C. Is first degree murder, second degree murder, and manslaughter.
Okay.
And then we'll just take out the firearm stuff.
Yep.
Okay. Any other issues before we break?
No, for the state, Your Honor.
None, Judge.
All right, so 8:45 for you guys tomorrow is fine.
Thank you, Judge.
Thank you, Judge.
All right, we'll be adjourned for the day.
Yes, sir.
One of our mottos here is everybody counts or nobody counts, a line made famous by fictional LA detective Harry Bosch from Michael Connelly's novels. What that means for us is we don't only cover cases that get massive attention, but we shine light on cases that receive little or no media coverage as well. Sadly, there are many murder trials where the courtroom is nearly empty and the public never hears the story. Your support here helps us have these cases heard. Tanya Williams Griner was more than a name in a case file. She was a mother, a daughter, a granddaughter, and a woman who loved her family and the simple joys of life. She was just 37 years old when she was brutally murdered in that motel room.
Thank you for watching today's deep dive. If you found this case interesting or have any thoughts, feel free to leave a comment below. Remember, this community thrives on smart and respectful discussion. Don't forget to like, subscribe, and hit the bell to stay on track with our new case videos. We cover new details, court hearings, interviews, interrogations, and more. This is Maya with Deep Dive True Crime and Mentor Lawyer Justice Network, and I'll see you all in the next video.
Very serious.